7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett on the ones and the twos. And Doug, Jackson will be awfully busy this week.
Why?
Because if you don't have a name saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox, 314-399-9646. Today through Friday, Jackson Burkett will be updating names. This is a big week for this guy.
Yeah, I bet. Well, he'll be busy. He's already busy.
Is it like tax season, Jackson? You're just kind of swamped?
It is what it is.
Sounds like you really enjoy it.
Beats digging ditches.
Sounds like you really enjoy it.
You can talk it over with other friends of the Feather. You open up your YouTube app, you type in TMASTL, and then our channel opens up. You subscribe to it, and then you're talking with multiple friends of the Feather. Boy, they are really active in there. Kevin at the Lake is talking to Harry Hogg, who's talking to Lex Luthor, who's talking to Heimblum Spreadsheet and John Scores, and Libby Jackie DiCaprio, who, again, has switched his avatar from Vanderbilt to Texas A&M, and I feel like there might be some kind of reasoning behind that. You can call in also. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. And Doug, this is going to be one of the most difficult Sadie Hawkins of all time.
Yeah.
We've got a little situation with the local hockey team. Mm-hmm. They've lost 7 in a row. You've got a World Series Classic, both Game 6, and then, of course, Game 7. You have the weekend that was in college football, and, of course, the Sydney Sweeney Sophie Cunningham picture. So it's up to you which direction you want to go, because it's Sadie Hawkins, and you're the cute little girl at the square dance, and you get to look across at all the beautiful boys and say, that's who I want to dance with.
I missed a picture. I don't know what that is.
Jackson, you want to tell?
I missed that.
I honestly don't know either.
Wait.
They took a picture together?
I thought you were a fan of...
I'm a fan of both. I didn't see that they were photoed together.
If Sydney Sweeney were to approach you at Wheelhouse when you have bottle service and you're dressed up as a frisky little cat on Halloween,
yeah,
and said, hey, may I get you a scotch, would you acquiesce?
Yeah, I would say I prefer some port. I'd rather some port here at the nightclub.
Really?
I'll just get the bottle. I'll take care of it. I am now seeing the picture. How lovely.
So Sophie Cunningham, Mizzou's own.
That's right.
Is she a true daughter? Is that what they say?
Yeah, how does that work?
I think it's true daughter.
Is it true daughter?
I think I used to see those signs up above sorority houses. All true daughters or something.
I did read the story about her where she's a free agent and wants to go somewhere where she can make more money, buy a nice house, and just settle down for a while.
Good for her.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, I saw that as well. That I did see. I did not see the Sydney Sweeney picture.
And in the post, Sydney Sweeney, it's her and Sophie Cunningham. And Sophie Cunningham, who is a true daughter, Doug, writes, one of us forgot our... She uses a crass term that I could never say on the radio, mainly because how would I explain it to my kids?
Couldn't.
It starts with T, but I'm going to say what she tried to say is, one of us forgot our breasts at home, and then a winking emoji, and tag Sydney Sweeney. And it's her and Sydney Sweeney. Jackson, where were they getting that picture? Looks like
job.
There you go.
That looks like a NASCAR race.
Well, you would know.
That's right. Let's get Charlie on.
Well, they were in Phoenix.
Charlie is going to come in on Friday when
Is
Doug's
he?
in the Hamptons.
Nice.
Is that right? Yeah, he's going to come in for like an hour. You know Chuckles.
Yes.
Yeah, I texted with him. I said, all right, Doug's vacationing in the Hamptons. Big week for the Vaughn family.
Yeah.
Greg Vaughn wedding.
Wedding on Saturday, yeah.
And so Doug will be in the Hamptons because that's Jackson's parents are letting him use.
Yeah, everybody gets married in the Hamptons in early November.
A little chilly, perhaps?
No, it's great.
Steer clear of the water and the breeze.
A lot less traffic.
Chuck will be all right.
Yeah.
We got a lot of NASCAR to get to. If you could,
Absolutely.
if all of you could, just hold off till Friday with your NASCAR questions. We'll get to those then.
Control yourself.
Chuck, like, dude, I got to do carpool. And hold on, Denny Hamlin's crew chief's calling. Okay, humble brag.
Doug, there it is. There are your Sadie Hawkins. And of course, you could add a topic that maybe we didn't think of.
Well, I think that the main topic is probably still the Dodgers World Series win. I think that's the most interesting, unique thing that we saw over the weekend, a World Series of really a classic World Series, as exciting as I can remember since the Cardinals were in them.
How did you gentlemen, before we go into it, I agree with you on that, how did you gentlemen handle Saturday night? Now, you might have already had plans, but did you sal in to watch it, or were you out having scotch and port with Jackson down there at
I
Real
hit
House?
the club scene very, very hard, both sides of the river. And so when I got home about 4:30, I watched the replay of the World Series games. That's
in the
how
morning,
I roll.
4:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
You probably couldn't sleep with the amount of light you do.
Right. So I was able to stay up and see the whole thing.
Hey, guys, stay warm.
I just can't.
There's our guest on Friday, Charlie Marlowe.
He almost doesn't need to come in. We have so many Charlie drops. I didn't really lock into that game, I have to be honest, till the 5th inning. My mom ended up in the hospital. That's why I wasn't here Friday. But in Worlds Colliding, I'm there at 7 in the morning. I texted you guys. She had to have her gallbladder removed. The surgeon comes in for about 10 seconds. Hey, what's going on? He said, hey, Martin, how you doing? He said, I'm Tim McKernan's cousin. I said, oh, my God, I just can't get away from you people.
Yeah, the Irish community makes sure that we have people in all different fields, mainly because of the problems, as we call them, the troubles in the north. And so we have people in medicine, Doug.
I have a surgeon handy. Shout out to Omar, did a great job. So we were running around a lot this weekend, but by about the 5th inning, I locked in. My sister lived in Toronto for over 20 years. Her husband's from Canada, so they were all into on this. So the family group text on that side of the family was going nuts the whole game. And a lot of heartbreak. I would liken that team, it seems like, the way their fans and even like the media talked about covering that team. This is their 85 Cardinals, where they felt like they just love this team.
That's interesting.
Like they were all like, and they thought this was their moment, and they've got a chance, and then they lose game 6, and then they lose game 7. So I think they're just devastated. But it was a hell of a game to watch. And Andy Pages was the reverse Nelson Cruz, right?
Yeah.
You're like, oh my God, the series are they're gonna have another walk-off in Toronto. But no.
And no, they came within about an inch 3 or 4 different times of winning. Just about within an inch. That play at the plate, I mean, they'll relive that one for decades,
Boy,
I think.
I am telling you.
Connor Falefa, I think maybe if he hadn't slid, if he had just run, he might have made it. If he'd gotten a secondary lead off third, have you seen that picture?
I have.
The pitch
I've seen
came,
the
he went-
video. He wasn't taking a secondary lead, and the third baseman, I gather it was Muncy, obviously wasn't holding him, and so he absolutely probably could have, Doug, he probably could have been 8 feet closer, not even inches, 8 feet closer. I don't know what to say about that. That's odd.
Wouldn't have even been close at the plate.
Can you imagine if a World Series ends on a review and a challenge?
That's what I
like
thought
an overturn.
was going
Like
to happen.
holy smokes!
It could have been the lamest thing
Like-
ever. It was sucked.
Okay, here we go. Let's find out.
It would have been so
And like
weird.
you're preparing your call. And that's it. No replay data. They've won the World Series. That would have been a terrible way for it to end.
If you're the umpire and it's so close like that, I wonder if you might err on the side of, we can't end it this way. Let's call him out.
Well, to their credit, they immediately said that he was out. I actually thought after the first time I saw the replay, I'm like, oh, God, Will Smith's foot came off the plate. But I do think that it was the right call. Either way, then you have a wide variety of other near-death experiences for both teams. But, of course, Martin, is, as you made reference to, the Pages catch knocking Kike Hernandez silly, but did what he had to do, and that became the moment as the Blue Jays and Clement come up just short. And so off to extra innings we go after Miguel Rojas shocks the world with his home run. I mean, you're 2 outs away from a World Series. Holy crap.
I saw on one of the betting sites that when the Blue Jays had the bases loaded, 1 out in the bottom of the ninth, they were 98% chance of winning. And still it didn't happen for him.
And Miguel Rojas, of all people.
Yeah.
A lineup loaded with huge names. I did see a lot of waxing poetic about the courageous Dodgers Game 7 performance. And then somebody, probably a Toronto fan, said, yes, the $700 million pitcher gave the ball to the $300 million pitcher who gave it to the $200 million pitcher. So maybe not just the plucky bunch, Doug. Maybe a talented group over there.
The host of, I sent Jackson. Do you have this? Are you about to? I thought you were sliding over to play it, even though I didn't send it to you. The host of, I guess it would be the equivalent in Toronto of the FanDuel postgame. That this was making its way around social media. I'm paraphrasing here.
He swore on the air, didn't he?
Yes. He opens up his broadcast by saying something along the lines of, I really don't care what the outcome was. And then, I don't know which 7 dirty words he used, said, but the better team did not win this World Series.
He said, I don't give an SH.
Is that what it was?
Yeah, on the air.
Yeah. I mean, well, that's...
Talk about endearing yourself to the fan base.
Absolutely. Populist rhetoric. And then Kike Hernandez had a picture, I guess, that he posted on Instagram, like wasted on the plane, lying down, saying, so grateful that the better team didn't win.
I don't know that you could say the better team didn't win. I don't know that Toronto's any better than the Dodgers. They just had a chance to beat them.
I think coaches, media, I think we have to stop saying that. I remember Brent Venables sort of ran into that with Lane Kiffin last week. Oh, the better team didn't win. I think you got to just stop saying that.
On a given day, a team that may not have as much talent may outplay another team, or over the course of a series, that may happen. But if anything, honestly, I think that's kind of a self-indictment. If you're the better team and you didn't win, well,
why didn't you win?
Exactly. Yeah. All right. One of the things that stood out to me here is the disposition of the Blue Jays fans as they exited the ballpark. These are some of the most pleasant people in the world. You always hear that about Canadians. We've certainly experienced in covering hockey players. They just had their hearts ripped out. Many of them hadn't seen their team win a world championship because it has been 32 years. They have their hearts ripped out. Doug, you just said 98% chance to win. I wonder what it was when Rojas was up at the plate with, 2 outs remaining in the World Series. And they have people from TSN, I believe, on the street outside the Rogers Center asking their reaction right after the Blue Jays lose the World Series.
I can't look at it another way right now other than the fact that I want to puke on the ground.
Can you see right here? I'm going for a bag of peanuts, unsalted. Later, kids.
What's your feeling leaving the stadium after such a heartbreaker?
I mean, it's a real kick in the I'll tell you. I feel like we lost on a cracked bat.
We blew it, really. 3 solo shots to the 9th hitter, and it's really disheartening to go through it. Well, that hurts.
Absolute heartbreak, but I cannot wait for Game 1 next year. Be on this ride, watch this whole thing go down, like absolutely incredible.
Love the optimism, man.
It's the only way. I can't look at it another way right now other than the fact that I want to puke on the ground.
I'm just in shock right now. I wanted the boys to win.
How are you feeling in the stadium right now?
How am I feeling?
Yeah.
Super depressed and sad for our team, but I love them, and I hope we sign Bichette, and I hope we go all the way next year.
I am devastated. This has been 32 years, and I was praying. Bought 6 tickets for this game for my whole family. And we'll be there in the next year. We'll do it again.
Terrible. Pissed. Just kidding. They played a good game, and I'm really proud of them.
Way more better. And even the lodge ball last night.
Yeah.
How do you call that? Without taking real time, how do you call that? It sucks. For the city, for the country, it sucks right now. It doesn't make sense. But the power of friendship competed with the power of money, and that's what matters, and that's what matters here in Canada.
There we go. The old poor Blue Jays who just can't afford to put a squad together.
Right. For the record, with the 4th highest payroll in Major League Baseball. Right. But it was truly Canada viewing that as their team. Meanwhile, most of the people in the United States wanted the Canadian team to win as well. Mm-hmm. So much so, though, in Canada. How about this? Jackson, I sent you this. Connor McDavid, Oil in town tonight, here taking on the Blues. Doug, is that the 7:30 puck drop?
Well, that seems right.
And why is it a 7:30?
ESPN.
Is it?
Yeah. 7:30 puck drop. 6:30 pregame, I gather, here on 101 ESPN. I'm just doing the math. I subtract an hour. I'll just tell you what I'm doing.
We get it. You can do math.
It's a St. Louis U High thing. Connor McDavid made this observation that during the Oilers game on Saturday night, it got a little weird because during the game, they put the game up on the Jumbotron.
Oh, that was nice of them.
That was really, really strange. Obviously, we're all on the Jays bandwagon, and everybody's wanting them to win, and it's so disappointing, obviously, but strange. strange to have it on during the game. Listening to the crowd was distracting for sure. I'm glad they shut it off there for the third.
When they're showing it, not only showing it, but they're showing it with sound during the TV timeout as well.
Yeah,
that's
it was bizarre. Yeah, it was bizarre. It was bizarre. I found myself watching the Jays game, sitting on the bench. Listening to the crowd while I'm on the ice. What just happened. It was very strange. But you know what? Historic moment. Couldn't be more gutted for those guys. Obviously we know what that feels like. It's and for it to be the way it happened, just completely gutted for those guys. Been a fun run and been a lot of fun. They've given Canada a lot to cheer about, and they should be very, very proud of themselves.
Hard call for a building with a game that big. Do you put the baseball up while hockey's on? I don't know. You could certainly argue that both ways. I don't know what the right answer is on that one.
Was it on the Jumbotron, like in the middle of the rink? I think that's weird. You put it in the concourse.
With the audio, too, is your insight.
I think that's a bit odd. I think you go to the concourse, enjoy the game, and if it's like, that kind of sucked, half the crowd went into the concourse to watch the ninth, understood. Middle of the game, that's just bizarre.
Yeah.
Who makes that call?
You also have, a lot of people anyway, have the ability to watch the game on their phone if they really wanted to. I can do that.
Remember the Rams game where McGuire was hitting a big home run and everybody was listening to the game and they all cheered Tony Banks' false start. And I remember McGuire said, "Oh, sorry about that. Did they win?" And everybody said, "No, they typically don't win."
You're welcome to get involved with your thoughts. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text into the program. Open up the TMA STL channel on YouTube and talk it over with 181 friends, including Spicy So, Heimblum Spreadsheet, The Old Hipster, and Buford T. Justice. Doug.
Oh, Buford, okay.
Yeah, he's in there talking it over. So you got that going on. In addition to, we're taking your phone calls on Monday. So many things on your mind. 314-974-0101. That is how you can call in to the program on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. TMA is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, the title sponsor of this show. And Ed Herman, Andy Crouppen, Terry Crouppen, they come in on Tuesdays, and they can do so because they are local. And don't you want a local law firm, one that knows how to handle the ins and outs of your case and the local environment? Well, that's Brown and Crouppen, founded here in St. Louis in 1979. After an accident, money can be tight, and that's why they offer so much for free. First call, free. First consultation, free. Stuck at home or the hospital, they come to you for free. If you think you may need Brown & Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or go to brownandcrouppen.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertising. Past results are no guarantee of future results, and every case is different and must be judged on its own accord. On the Stiefel dossier today, we will get into the Blues and 7 straight losses the weekend that was in college football. And I think if you're a Missouri fan holding on to hopes of the Tigers winning 4 straight and needing things to happen around them, it was a very good weekend. And we'll talk it over with Chris Kerber coming up at 8:15 on the Stiefel dossier. That is the traditional Monday hit from Chris Kerber at 8:15 and Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. And that's presented to you by James Carlton. Plus, you can email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Buck Swope won the month of October.
And he's new around here. But what a development, Martin. Were you in for this, or had you just gone to onboard? Martin was not in.
Correct.
What a moment. Now, I have a doctor's appointment that I can't move. I feel like people say that when they don't really have something that they want to do, but that's really what I have at 11:30 following the program today. But what Seth Goldcamp has put on the table is so significant as the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling Email of the Month prize that there is a meeting here at Hubbard Radio St. Louis on how to properly handle it. Martin, are you familiar in any capacity with what this was? You were off, so you would.
This all was Friday.
This was Friday. Mm-hmm. So I open up my my email, and Rick Reardon, who's a wonderful salesperson here at Hubbard, manages the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling account. The great Seth Goldcamp sends an email, and he says this. I mean, this is
Doug, this is perhaps the greatest promotion this program has had.
I think so.
And
What about Foot Fetish Friday?
that was a great promotion.
Tied for first.
Okay.
But that one was limited to ladies. You would have thought in their early 20s, but we did have women keep their kids in the car in the minivan and come in and try to win tickets to compete. So, but still, it only was open to women. This is open to everybody, and that's what this show has always been about. It's been about openness and not kink shaming people. Seth Goldcamp is offering the following prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month. Design Air is going to come by and do the following, Martin. We would like to proceed with a free, complete system installation as the November prize, and that is a $10,000 value. Somebody's heating and cooling system will be replaced and installed by Design Air Heating and Cooling for winning the email of the month standings. Are you horse plowing me out there?
Is it both a new air conditioner and a new furnace?
I just read what's in the prompter. I don't have the ability to ad-lib.
Okay.
I believe it's all. I think it's all in one, Doug. Those systems, I believe.
I texted
How about
Seth on
that?
Friday and I said it's the greatest. That's the greatest promotion.
This is unbelievable.
Yeah, 10,000. Somebody's. I mean, do you just hand buck swope a new HVAC system?
I don't know.
Or do you think Riot's dad says, "No, this is my time"?
We're gonna have to vote carefully.
You better believe it.
This is really a chance for you, the listener, to step up your game. We can't take this lightly.
Yeah. The
We
morning
never have,
after.
of course.
Yeah, thank you. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. But with a prize of this size, we're gonna button this thing up because quite often we get the emails at about 10:59.
Right.
Because that's on Jackson with his bad clock management. That has nothing to do with me.
Yep.
Hopefully we can overcome him and make this promotion work well.
In spite of me.
Thank you. Thank you for the delicious take. So if you have not emailed in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, I mean, the program's been on 101 now for more than a year. You kind of get a feel for what plays, what doesn't. This is your chance. But you keep in mind, I mean, you're going up against the Dodgers of emailing when you're talking about a guy like Buck Swope. But can somebody recapture their glory like the Rat in Bloomsdale? Old Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight.
West County turkey baster.
Yeah, and I think on Uncle Carl's double-sided fleshlight, he had an umlaut over the A.
I don't care for that, no.
So this is maybe somebody's sitting out there. Maybe it's a young lady who's pursuing an MBA, and she's at WashU, and she watches the show.
And she'll include her picture with the email. Which is likely to garner a vote in itself.
What are the odds that we have a WashU student getting their MBA locked on the program?
And needs an HVAC system, too, in their rented apartment.
I think
landlord will be pleased.
I think a lot of people own when they go to grad school at WashU. They buy. Yeah.
Dad that's from New York decides to just buy a couple properties just to hang on to.
Yeah, passive income.
The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Arbor Day says, can we just give it to Plowsy? He seems to be having a rough go with his Strode-like Facebook posts raging against capitalism. That's from Arbor Day, who's a two-time Texter of the Year. The Plowhawk has announced that he's against capitalism, Doug.
I haven't seen that.
Jackson, what's going on?
I knew I was right about something, so...
I didn't see it. I don't think I went on Facebook.
What's his Facebook handle? Plowsy?
I assume his government name is Govey.
Okay.
Darren Atkins.
His Govey.
His Govey.
You like that, Doug?
I don't mind it, yeah.
Oh, you like it?
I don't mind it.
By that. 2 words, Doug. Erotic emails. That's from Injun Joe's Cave Ride Magic Man. Sounds like he's got a game plan for winning this HVAC system.
I expect he'll send them in.
The female listener writes, will Design Air travel to Indiana? If not, I claim the local prize in place of the Swopester. That's from the female listener.
I suppose there's a chance the winner will donate it to you, too, Tim, in a major lemming move.
But wouldn't that be the right thing to do?
I think it would be, yeah.
And then Tim says, I'm good. I've got another. Just have another one, Tim. You can never have enough HVAC.
I'm excited.
Mr. Lick says you will be hearing from Grandpa Licks this November. So people are ready to go. Do we have to be former SLU high guys to get through the filter? That's from Mr. Mudjack Mike. The filter is usually Chairman Kurt, who I believe is a Seckman product, correct? So he is off, though, this week. And so Jackson, the filtering process also
We asked one time for Kurt, we said, how about a Mount Rushmore of Seckman? And he said, well, I'm probably on it. I don't think we got to 4. No. The chairman put himself on the Mount Rushmore right
Maybe
away.
people should put their high school with their email. Let us know what high school they went. You think that would make it would sway us one way or
Jackson's looking at Doug like, what are you talking about?
Couldn't hurt.
All
another? More
right, there you
information,
go.
the better.
Yeah.
We like net worths, right?
I do. Yeah, put that on there too.
Height
High
and
school
weight.
and net worth. Yeah,
In the
stats.
market for a new HVAC system, offering up my wife daily to you, Tim, to get your vote. Thanks. That's from Scott's Wrinkled Ball Set. And Martin, his wife, fell in love with Lisa Ann at, was that Helen Fitzgerald's, Doug? What were we doing?
I don't remember where it
Maggie
was.
O'Brien's? Maggie O'Brien's. Yeah, that was a real thing. And Lisa Ann fell in love with her, too. And then she showed up to the Dotem the next day in a minivan with a couple of kids, and that ended the relationship. As can happen. All right, so there it is. I mean, the greatest prize in the history of the program. You go back to 2004. You mean back then, Jay Randolph Jr. would give away $5.90 of his own money, and now we're giving away $10,000 HVAC systems, courtesy of the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling for the emailer of the month, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. We do the email of the day at 10:50, but maybe station management's going to say, hey, maybe you do it when Martin's here at 9:45 and make sure you nitwits button it up.
That's the move.
Yeah, I think it
What
probably
a
is.
professional operation this is. In the old days, here's we'll give you a little heating, cooling unit, but I'll keep the unit. You just get some cooling treatments. Like somehow,
Some antifreeze.
somehow it just wouldn't make it to the person who actually won the prize.
Yeah.
Couple of air filters. Just keep you nice and
A
dry.
couple of filters?
Yeah, you get a couple of filters.
And the customer is saying, I'm sorry, I won the prize. Yeah, these filters are great. Oh, wow. This is different.
Yeah, the world has changed, courtesy of the great Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Get your furnace tuned up, Doug. This week's weather, holy moly.
Looks perfect.
Oh, my goodness, which is huge for Greg Vaughn's wedding on Saturday.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yes, you better believe it, because you never know. You're getting married on November 8th. That's a wide delta, but it looks wonderful, which is great news for the Vaughn family. But then next Monday, oh, the winds come whipping down the plains on Sunday, and we have some cold temperatures next Monday. But great forecast this week. The cold weather's coming. Make sure you are ready with Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. Plus, Seth is such a wonderful sponsor and a longtime TMA listener that he is offering up the greatest promotion in show history, a $10,000 HVAC system installed by Design Air Heating and Cooling for our emailer of the month, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. All you got to do is go to DesignairService.com. Take you less than 2 minutes to sign up to get your furnace tuned up for the cold weather. All right, Doug, we've talked World Series. We've got Blues hockey, college football. Jaden Daniels was out playing in a 38-7 game with Martin's head just hit the...
I was watching that. Like, what are they doing?
And running him, too.
Yeah.
Keep running it.
We've got Dan Quinn's reaction in addition to an NFL studio analyst going bat crap about it. All of that's coming up on the program. Chris Kerber, 8:15, Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock, and very important, Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up as well. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Saturday night in Columbus. For both the Blues and Penn State.
Mm-hmm.
The three of us, Martin, you got to abstain on Friday picking Tennessee. I mean, the spread was suspicious. When the spread's suspicious,
yeah,
let me tell you something. I want you to listen good, Papers. Oklahoma beating Tennessee was one of the best things for Missouri.
Great for Missouri. That, and shout out to Rhett Lashley getting that dub over Miami.
That's another little observation.
Shout out to
when
NC
a coach
State.
signs an extension, bet that team. When the coach is committing to sticking around, bet that team. You could have bet SMU money line, and you could have bet 12.5 points that they were getting. Either way, SMU knocks off the Hurricanes, and there's just a little something about Mario Cristobal. Boy, does he have a problem. He is 12-10
I heard that.
against teams that are unranked in his time in Coral Gables. How about that? What the hell is that about?
7-5 over his last 12.
I mean, what in the hell? They just waste it every year. They get out to these heaters, and then they start slap dicking around with Louisville and Louisville, by the way. Keep an eye on them. But Louisville and now SMU. So, the positive developments there, but negative developments for the Blues. Chris Kerber with us coming up at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock on the Stiefel Dossier here, the morning after. Presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA-STL YouTube channel. It is 7 straight. I suppose if you want to spin it, you can say they've played better against Vancouver and Columbus, in particular, the third period against Columbus. But they're still losing games, and they continue to lose ground.
They have the second fewest points in the NHL.
Yeah, they're just not getting any offense at all from their big guns. Again, the goal scorers Saturday are Falk and Bjugstad. That, you got to get it from the guys who are supposed to score. Have got to start scoring, and in a big way. They're just not getting anything from the guys that are paid to put what I would call a biscuit in a basket.
What? I didn't follow that.
Yeah.
Shen, Buchnevich, Holloway all have 2 goals in 12 games. And I know Thomas is out right now. I'm not sure what his injury is, but he obviously had minimal play for a while. That doesn't help. And you got Sundqvist playing higher up on lines. But you're right, Doug. Your stars are not performing at all.
And for the record, the Blues are tied with the Flames for the fewest points in all of the NHL. Only 2 teams have single-digit points at this point in the season, and it's the Blues and the Flames. And they will take on the first-place Oil tonight. Edmonton tied for first in the Pacific with 2 other teams. But with that said, 7 straight. And at this point in the season, if you even wanted to chase down 5th place in the Central, which, by the way, is the Blackhawks, you're 5 points back. You're 11 points away from the Avalanche, 10 points away from the Jets, and 8 points away from the Mammoth, 7 points away from the Stars. This isn't like, okay, it's 5 games in. This is, and there's a trend here. But the thing is, what move is there to be made unless there was something like hyper aggressive with one of the quote-unquote core players? Firing Doug Armstrong, I see there's a bunch of texts about that. I guess some people are serious. Do you really think that is live? Does anybody think that's...
No, that's not.
Oh, you mean like it could happen? I'd say 0% chance.
Jim Montgomery getting fired?
0%
Okay,
chance.
all right, so we're all on the same page.
And even calling up Dvorsky was more out of necessity than, hey, we got to go to a young guy who can give us a lift, give us a spark. They just needed another healthy center.
That's what I'm saying. This is a weird spot because where do you go? What do you do within the realm of reality? It might feel good to say fire this guy or fire that guy, but realistically, that isn't happening. So what do you do?
But you're about to be at a point where you've buried yourself so much that you may not be able to dig out. And that's...
After a disastrous first month, they need to be just that good in the next month just to get back in it, just to be in the middle of the pack. 3-7-2. If they were 7-3-2, I'm not sure that would get him back in the pack at this point.
We're 11 games in. Any Kyrou is already getting pulled aside at practice. When am I not right? That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
When is he not right? I don't
he
like
sent
that.
it in 4 times, and I don't know what that means.
4 times and saying, when am I not right? I don't like it. He's going to be suspended.
Wow, that's all it took?
Yeah. I got a short fuse today. Harrison's brother, Master, suspended for his verbiage. Suspended a period of 2 days' time.
Tim, it's wedding week, and I think Doug's a little tight. I think he's a little tight. Yes, okay, I'll paint that room again. Yes, I'll rake in the backyard. Yeah,
we've done all that.
It's all happening this week.
I don't want to hear any stats. Kyrou's a massive loser. That's from Steven Time. He's had it with 25.
How are the sports? Are they great?
Well,
not so
Illinois over Rutgers, though.
He seems to be the whipping boy as often as not. I don't know why. Well, I guess I do know why people pick on him so much, but he does lead the team in points.
He did. He had an
not the only
8-game
one.
point streak,
Yeah.
and yet he is still, and I understand there's a lot of things in the game he doesn't do. I do feel like Buchnevich avoids lots of criticism. Like, nobody ever talks about him for being pretty invisible.
Hey, guys, have any of you played Baldwin Golf Course? That's from the 314.
I've not. I drove by it once and thought I should play.
Yes. Fun little 9-hole track.
Sometimes the texts are a little... While you're having a conversation.
You think that was meant for like their buddy at work, and it was accidentally sent to us?
There's a par 3, number 9.
Okay, but hold on. Before you properly answer the question, why was that sent in the middle of this great Dodger discussion, this debate about the Blues problems? Why was that a text?
This
Now
is a
answer.
show where friends feel they can drop in at any time.
That's right.
Okay.
And ask questions whether they're germane to the conversation or not.
Could it be part of the golf ball promotion we're continuing
Jay
to run?
Helsley?
Yeah.
the golf balls.
It can't be ruled out.
Does Jay have a semi-truck full of golf balls? I'm starting to wonder.
Yeah. A lot of geese on the 9th hole at Baldwin Golf Course.
Oh, is that right?
I played a high school match there once, and guy I was playing with, let's say he wasn't playing too well, and eventually just started playing with the geese on the 9th hole.
Oh, no.
Doug, you ever seen a
That's
gentleman
ADD.
stop playing and just start playing with geese?
No.
He started like throwing things at him and running and scaring them. I was like, let's just tap this in here so I can go home.
All right, Papers. Okay, I'm sucked in now. Where is the Baldwin Golf Course? I don't know.
On Baxter Road.
Oh, I know where there is. There's like a swimming pool. That's at Baxter and Holloway kind of splits.
My brother lives very close to there.
He lives there.
Yeah.
How much does he like the Baldwin Golf Course?
Yeah, he lives
there.
He lives very close.
I can confirm that Baldwin Golf Course is a fun little 9-hole track, Doug. That's from Raider Greg.
Okay.
All right. Well,
It looks like
Baldwin
it would be.
Golf
I've
Course.
heard it is.
Right by the pool.
I guess that's Yola for Baldwin Golf Course here on the program. Sharon and Clayton is not happy with number 25. She's going to pick up where Harrison's brother, Master, left off. Totally on board. The Kyrou is ashtray, and hell, I'll be the damn conductor. Get him out of here. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
Oh. Well, he is a guy that would have some trade value. There'd be some teams that'd like to add him.
Well, if you want to just break the jinx, Tim, you're looking for anything you can do. Maybe tonight during the game, just pipe in Game 7 of the World Series on the jump, just to distract Connor McDavid.
Yeah, you know it bothers him.
That would be kind of a
It's not a bad move.
Nice troll move.
It's not a bad move.
But 800 people maybe would get what the joke was, and it would be really confusing to everyone else.
Yeah, I would argue that the Mizzou game this Saturday, I hope it's not, but it could be the last great sporting event of 2025, like the last big moment.
I just saw Jackson turn his head to stare into the abyss when you said that.
Bragging
Martin.
rights, I know, is a big game, but it's
Mizzou,
not.
Kansas.
Mizzou, Kansas, but not.
Where is that taking place?
Sprint Center.
Sprint Center, yeah.
No,
But
so
it's not
fog.
It's not the tournament.
Thank the Lord.
I'm just
They
saying, like
don't get a fourth
Mizzou,
ref.
this is a big one because if they can finally slay a dragon here, and A&M is third in the country, that would just change everything.
Yeah,
if they
there you go,
lose, and it's
Papers.
like,
There you go, Papers.
I'm optimistic.
There you
Martin's
go,
the one
Papers.
who's trying to make us all looking at the abyss.
No, I'm saying it's that big. This is our final Super Bowl of 2025. Now, if they win and they get in the playoffs somehow, I'll change that because we'll have a Friday game at some point at Faroe Field. Like, we're going to sneak in. We're going to run the table.
Yeah.
What if the Blue Notes snap off? They lose 7 in a row. How about they snap off 7 wins in a row?
Look at this guy all of a sudden, yeah?
You
Look
can't
at this
rule
guy
that.
all of a sudden,
It's
yeah?
November 3rd, A lot more of this year left to go.
All right.
A lot more victories to be had. A lot more fun to be had.
How about this Papers, Martin?
It's only as dark as you want it to be.
This guy's the
I'm not
chipper
saying
chicken.
it's dark. I'm excited about how big this is. It though. I think after that, you'll have some Blues games, even some fun Mizzou games, bragging rights, Kansas, but the significance just won't be there.
Yeah,
big picture.
Doug would release the Hoosier work at Blues games. That's from the Maplewood Mud Muffler.
I
He's
think
looking
it
for
would.
something.
To have a Hoosier that can barely skate.
He might run into some serious injuries.
Well, you can pat him up.
And you'd have a lot of candidates.
Oh, yeah. That'd be great. Who would be chasing after him? They don't have security that goes
yeah, they
chasing people down the ice.
Some ushers could get down
like
there.
Like Louie has to go get him.
Yeah, that would work.
Good morning, my brothers and Tim. Sharon sucks. Any hoodles, can I just have the email of the month prize? Thanks. Also, Colts with a tough loss yesterday on the road in whatever city the Steelers play in. Tough look. Even tougher for me on Mr. Martin's show. I guess I got cut because he just left me on Satlink for hours. That's from Brian Henshin, Colts beat writer, and I guess he was supposed to be on Sports Final, but you never went to him.
Is that right?
Well, that's my apologies. I mistakenly booked Henshin and Strickland on the same night.
Oh, yeah.
Right.
So the best thing to do instead of canceling is just forget.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Keep him in the bullpen.
Leave him sitting there in the studio.
Have you ever done that, Doug? Booked a guest and forgotten?
I don't think I have, no.
We actually booked years ago. London Fletcher was supposed to come in on a Saturday night, and then we also booked Trunk Candidate. So we canceled Fletcher, but we didn't tell him why. And he saw the show, and he never really treated us the same again.
Oh, God.
Because Strong was a rookie. I'm like, God, we've interviewed Fletcher before. I had to make the call, but I was trying to weasel out of it, and then he kind of caught us.
You didn't have room for both of them?
Why'd you bring them in together?
All right, now I'm looking back. That was a mistake.
You want that putt back? You can get involved. 314-399-9646. I'm looking at it. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. About 11 texts is what you can see in the text inbox at any given time. And I would say about 30-ish% don't have names saved. If you would like your name saved, it increases the chances of getting read on the program. And for this week only, Jackson Burkett is updating names for those numbers that are not saved in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Jackson, how would you like somebody to approach you to get their name saved? Well, give an example.
Hey, can I have this name? Insert name here. Please and thank you.
You're just looking for a little etiquette?
Simple as that. Yeah, simple as that. And then, sometimes I'll give you the name. Sometimes it's just it can't be saved. And I'll let you know. I'll say, hey, I can save a name, but not that one.
Because it violates FCC.
FCC or it's just in bad taste. I think there's some of that in bad taste. And you might say, who gets to be the judge of good or bad taste? The answer is me. Well, there's a perfect example. Good morning, Jackson. Can you please update my name to the Manchester Milkman? Please and thanks. You bet, Milkman.
How about that?
Simple, easy.
Do you still have milkmen?
I can't imagine that's a very lucrative industry. People dropping off dairy at your door.
What's an Oberweis, or what's the other one? What's the food? Schwann's?
Oh, Schwann's, yeah.
But that's out of business, I think.
Yeah, but that's wasn't that like frozen groceries?
Food and milk.
Yeah.
It sounds like we're having another edition of Postcards from Clayton. Stay-at-home shrew criticizes world-class athlete. What a world. Less texty, more Tybo. That's from Arbor Day, Doug.
That text was ripped right from the 1990s.
Tybo. Was that Billy Banks? Is that Billy Banks?
I don't know.
Well, we ought to have him on.
Tai Chi is supposed to be really good for you, though, right? What is Tybo?
There's a Billy Banks workout class infomercial that was all around the 90s or 2000s.
Papers, is he a second question problem?
Billy Banks.
Yeah, I've never even heard of him.
The Michelob Ultra YouTube chat is also active this morning. So if you want to watch the program and talk it over, 245 friends are at youtube.com/TMA. STL, and you can talk it over with Adam, Welly, and Visit Pine Lawn. I guess Pine Lawn's tourism department is in the
really?
YouTube chat. It's good to see them involved in the program.
Yeah, they do a lot of tourism business.
Chris Kerber's coming up at 8:15, and we will get his perspective. Harrison's brother, Master, who has been suspended but not tariffed. Am I correct on that?
No tariff yet, but I always hold out the ability to add one later.
He is saying that Joey Vitale said on the broadcast that Kyrou and Buchnevich were pulled aside at practice. That's what he's texting it about. That's what he's adamant.
Okay.
Certainly number 89 and number 25, not with a high approval rating at this particular moment in St. Louis, although that was kind of the way that it was at this time last year.
Kyrie's minutes were down on Saturday as well, and that's the coach obviously sending a message to a player, because you look at Sundqvist played 2 more minutes of ice time than Kyrou. Pius Suter, 3 more minutes than Kyrou. So here we are again, Tim. I think we've had this conversation before. The fan frustration with 25 is sort of a rollover topic.
So, Martin, you agree that it's 0% on Jim Montgomery getting fired, 0% on Doug Armstrong getting fired. What percentage would you give to one of the members of the core? And again, I use that term relatively loosely, but I think people know, the players that would fall into that category being traded as some kind of response to try to get this thing going. Do you think that is something that is realistic this week?
It's a low percentage. I would say you have to consider everything. I think Armstrong knows you got to try different things. I would 10%.
Yeah, I like that number.
I think even when they traded Oshie back in the day, it was to kind of break up the group and say it's not working what we're doing here. And then he went and won a cup in Washington. Although our guy Troy Brouwer did pay off in one big moment.
Wouldn't surprise me at all if they made a move. I mean, this has been a disastrous start, absolutely disaster. So I don't know how long you're going to go along with this current group and say, well, it'll get a lot better.
Right.
Well, who's played well? That's the question. You can't even say, well,
Neighbors.
For a minute, yeah. Now he's injured now.
He's not around anymore.
Dvorsky again? He's got 2 games.
Yeah. Suitors look pretty good, I guess. Nobody really to make you say, wow.
You do wonder
if this guy's really holding it together.
Did that stretch last year where they were probably over their skis, everything went right, everybody was playing well at the same time? Did we sort of get sucked in? And now they're probably not as bad as they've shown this year, but maybe the national pundits that weren't real high on this team or didn't think they were a playoff team, maybe they were right. And maybe this group just had an unbelievable stretch last year, and we're kind of holding them to that standard. But they should be way better than this, for sure.
Yeah. And if you can do it last year, you know that's their potential. That's what they can do. So you want to see them get at least close to that. If you're going to have any chance at all to be a contender, you're going to have to play close to that level.
So you have 60 games left. And if we're operating on the premise, I mean, I think with the talent in the West, I think you got to kind of lift the bar as to what the point floor is that's going to get you into the playoffs. You follow my logic on that? What was the point total? I am 100% crowdsourcing that got him in last year. And it was
93, 94?
I thought it was 93. But if we can agree that let's increase that just by, about 1.5 percentage. So say it's 95. To get to that point and get...
Time out, 96.
96. All right. So, so let's just make it real easy and say it's 100 points. And that may be it. In the West, I think it might be a different situation in the East, especially when you look at the Central Division. The Blues now will have to get 92 points in their final 70 games. And I realize you go, okay, well, there's 70 games left. But in order to pull that off, you're talking about a winning percentage approaching about 70%. So that gives you an idea of the hole that they have dug, in addition to something that I think even those who might not want to hear this would agree. They are playing in what is most likely the most talented division in the NHL. And therefore, those teams, because they're not just cannibalizing each other, are going to do well when they go outside the division. And when they do play each other inside the division, at the very least, they're going to be picking up some points. And there's a big gap between the Blues and some of these teams already. But usually, when you have a situation like this, a substantial move is made, whether it be a coach getting fired, a GM getting fired, or a trade. And I don't really know if we're operating on the premise, which the three of us agree with, that it's 0% that Armstrong or Montgomery is getting fired. Then what is the realistic move? Then it would be a trade. But then what trade of note could be made that would get it going? And I don't have an answer to that. Unless they really would be able to and want to trade Kyrou or Buchnevich. And
what's the market right now?
What's the market for that? Yeah, exactly. Buchnevich's contract could be something that we're not touching that.
Somebody pointed out Sundquist has played well. Okay,
Yeah, I would
we'll
agree
give
with
you
that. I would
So
agree
we
with
had-
that.
And he was out early.
Yeah.
But now that he does give you everything. Did you play the binky bite? Did you hear that? I sent papers. Coach Montgomery was talking on Thursday before the Vancouver game that Sonny was like a binky for a coach. And then he looks at the report. He said, "You probably had a binky." And then he just cackles and cackles. So I sent JR because I couldn't make out the audio. I said, what reporter is he saying had a binky? And Rutherford said, "Me." So apparently JR, well, you have that ready for Wednesday.
Okay,
if you
we'll
could.
do.
If
We'll
you
do.
could, Mr. Papers.
We'll do.
You can give your thoughts, and many are just fired up this morning. 314-399-9646. The Blues just need to make it to last place so that the comeback story mirrors 2019, and we can praise this team for eternity. That's from Hooterville Regional's chief berating officer.
Well, they're already there. They got last place now, tied with the Flames for the fewest points in all of hockey. Their Vaughn index remains at an 8.
That's their
which
point
is not
total.
good. You want? Is it really? You want as many points as you can possibly get for the Vaughn index, and in this case, it's an 8.
Guys, I got an idea for a trade. I'd trade Mayu for Zach Bolduc personally. That's from an actual Florida Gulf Coast University grad. Feel like they're coming after you there, Jackson.
It's fine. I transferred willingly.
You just didn't have the chops to get through that academic?
No, that wasn't the issue.
You went to Dunk City?
Yeah, for a year.
He studied golf. He really did.
Yeah.
You and Sweet Sweet were down there?
No, Sweet Sweet was a true son all 4 years.
I thought he was that he was groomed in the golf industry.
It is, and it's his first day today. So best of luck.
Oh, is that
Sweet
right?
Sweet. Yeah.
Tupac, hi. Welcome
Does this mean
back.
you're going to get to play there for free? Can he sneak you on?
Hope so.
Saturday mornings at 8?
Doubt that. Maybe in the winter. But doubt that.
That'd be a
for me.
nice little perk.
Monday afternoons. I got no problem with that.
Really?
Shen leads the league with a -13 plus minus, and Mayu's been horrific with a -9 with average time of the ice of 12 minutes. It's from Monsignor Grundle. He has a parish over in the Metro East.
Those are two very uncomfortable stats.
Can we just tank for the number 1 draft pick? That's from the Hoosier Trojan
No,
Horse.
it's too early for that. Give it another month, 2 months.
Then you tank.
Then we start tanking. Do we really have to tank?
Doug, let's not forget, Kyrou now has a full no trade. That's from the Grumpy Cornhole.
Well, that's true, but if he's got coaches barking at him and a fan base that's growing increasingly impatient, he may not fight the idea of going somewhere else.
Completely different. What a difference a week makes, huh?
Well, it can make a difference, sure.
How about that? There's this Jackson Burkett, the chipper chicken today. He is giving us optimism.
Try to.
You're just happy because the Tigers open up the basketball season tonight. That's what this is really
It's a good
about.
start. It's a good start to the week, I'll say that.
And Howard, good for them. Willing to go on the road. I think it's, and Dennis Gates talked about a historically black college and universities. Howard, one of the premier ones of the HBCUs. I think that's why they did it as an Omaha. Most times you're not going to do that for an opening game.
And they were able to secure ESPN Plus for the game tonight, which was huge. That was
So you're
in
locked
question
in.
for a little.
Billikens, rah, 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 SEMO.
What time did they tip off? I'm crowdsourcing.
7.
7? All right. Kind of watch
SEMO's pretty good.
Friend of the program, Josh Schertz, Rabbi Avalon.
Yeah, in studio
Let's
last
get
week.
it. Let's get it.
SEMO won their regular season league title in Ohio Valley last year, and they got 9 guys coming
Doug
back.
doing some homework.
I'll take the Bills, but yeah, Mizzou plays SEMO on
Sounds
Friday.
like Doug wants SEMO's money line. What are you willing to give him, huh?
I'm saying that's pretty tough.
You think they put a
pretty tough
spread on
opener.
something like that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, if not here, somewhere else.
You better believe it. I'm sure my high school bookie, I got to see him on Tuesday at the Water Tower. I'll text him what he's got.
It'd be tough to lose your ass on SEMO and SLU first game of the campaign.
Don't bet your ass on that one.
Always bet responsibly.
The Donling is texting me. Doug, you know that Donling. He worked on the program. He's part of the International Brotherhood of Nitwits with
Sure.
producer Joe. I'm not saying I think they'll make a big move, but if you wanted to believe that a core player is on the move, Armstrong has a consistent history of making deals after extended negotiations. Bowmeister, Miller, O'Reilly were all on the rumor radar for 6 months or more, and he had been talking to teams going back to last year's deadline about some key guys. So any conversations that would start now or soon wouldn't be without some history with teams. So he's saying that if he has talked with other teams about some players, it's not like they would be starting up on November 3rd. It would go back perhaps even more than a year with some organizations, with some players. So keep an eye on that. Doug Armstrong's pattern of past practice is to not sit around. It is the opposite of a
tends to be proactive.
Yes.
That's true. But in terms of his status, people that say, oh, Armstrong, fire Armstrong, and you can want that and think that it's even the right move. I would liken his position with the franchise very similar to John Mozeliak, not in terms of resume, but in terms of not getting fired. In other words, like the relationship with ownership is so strong that the only way those two leave is sort of an agreed term, which is what we saw with Mozeliak, which what we're seeing now with Armstrong in this transition, where Steen becomes the GM, and yes, Harrison's brother, Master, yes, Army will still be here in a supervising role. Nobody knows exactly what that looks like, but in other words, they've already worked out the terms of his exit. It's kind of like Mozeliak said, oh, you wanted me out? I'm out. But I think it's very similar where the DeWitts were not going to bounce Mozeliak. Tom Stillman's not going to bounce Doug Armstrong. Whether you think it's the right move or not, I'm telling you, it's not in play. Zero.
If you're Alexander Steen and your first job is as a GM, you're going to need someone who's been around there a while that kind of help you through some of the rough areas that you don't know how things work. I think he's probably very happy to have Armstrong there.
Harrison's brother, Master Doug, and I know he's been suspended, but he says, that's right. That's my entire point. You knew you should have traded him in the offseason, and you didn't. Now you're screwed. Army should be fired for that and the Buchnevich contract. Oh. Monty isn't going anywhere. That's what Harrison
says.
Strong call.
It's way too early to give up on this season. Way too early. You can't do that the 1st of November. And just play a season with a half-empty building and a team that has given up hope of being a contender. You may have to face that reality in another 2 months, but right now you can't. You can't just give people away for future prospects and hope that things are going to get better. I can't see them doing that.
You can give your thoughts on it. Many are doing so. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. If you do not have a name saved in the text inbox, say, hey, Jackson, would you mind changing my name to... And then Jackie Papers will do it. 314-399-9646 if you want to call in. 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. And you can email in for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. And enjoy the fun and games that will come with an historic Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the month, because Seth Goldcamp of Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system for the winner of the Emailer of the Month standings, and it starts today, brother. First business day of the month of November. Chris Kerber's at 8:15. Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock. Doug, they were not happy in college football this weekend, and we will have a sampling of that as to why coming up. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
The excitement's building for this trip to Scotland. We've been talking about it. I realize we've been talking about it quite a bit, and a lot of folks have asked me more about the details and saying, when do we leave? June 15th. How long? 10 days. What does it include? The flights, the meals, the hotels, local experiences. I've been spilling it out as best I can when we're talking about this awesome trip to spectacular Scotland, breathtaking scenery, the great seafood, and just go online and Google Orkney Islands or the lovely Isle of Skye. Just see that scenery online. It's spectacular, but just think about seeing it in person. Can't wait to go there with you, and we're going to have a little get-together, a little Zoom next Tuesday to go over all the details. Best thing to do to talk more about this trip, learn more about all of it. The trip to a whiskey distillery where we'll be sitting around with a cooking experience, just telling stories left and right. It's going to be an awesome trip to spectacular Scotland. Trip of a lifetime, really. It is. It's next summer, June 15th, but we're getting some of the details out of the way right now. Next Tuesday, a Zoom get-together. Call our friends at Altair Travel to get more information. Sherry is ready to help you out at 314-968-9222. 9600. 314-968-9600. Get all the details for next summer's awesome trip to Scotland.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. The Blues try to snap a 7-game losing streak tonight against the Edmonton Oilers. That's going to be a 6:30 pregame, 7:30 puck drop right here on 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
All right, Doug, here you go. Now you're feeling it.
We haven't won anything since we stopped playing this song.
There we go. Here comes the winning streak.
Okay.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos and updating names in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. On our Stiefel dossier, we have Chris Kerber coming up here in about 10 minutes on the program. And then at 9 o'clock, the Colonel, Gabriel P. DeArmond, brought to you by James Carlton. Before the college football season started, said, I am all in on the state of South Carolina with Clemson and in South Carolina, the Gamecocks making a deep run. And I like where that stands right now.
Oh, do you?
And then in the NFL, the team I loved, the Washington Commanders. And I like that now. So if anybody wants to invest in the Tam Avenue Capital Partners, let me know. And we can accommodate you. We only have cash calls once every couple weeks.
Yeah.
So
it's a sign of success.
Thank you. Thank you. Jackson, your guy is Dabo Swinney, and it didn't go well for him. They lost at home to Duke, and Dabo wanted to make it clear he wasn't blaming the officials, but it was the worst call he's seen in his life.
Oh, okay.
Some critical penalties. I don't even really know what to say about the last call. I mean, y'all saw it. It shouldn't come down to that. You know, we had plenty of opportunities to win the game, but you know that's one of the worst calls I've ever seen in a game ever in my entire coaching career.
Okay.
Ever. In a situation like that, I don't really know what else to say. But I don't want to make that a deal because we should have won the game. I mean, we had plenty of opportunities to win the game, but you fight your butt off and you scratch and you claw and you get in a situation like that and you just have a call like that. Man, I mean, it's really that's just more salt in the wound. You know, again, that's not why we lost.
No.
Because we had plenty of opportunities to win. We got them pinned they got to go 94 yards and we give third and long and we give up a big play to the tight end. Again, another bust. So really just didn't deserve to win the game, and you know we gotta get it fixed.
Okay.
In
So
fairness,
he's not blaming the
in
officials.
fairness, awful call. Unbelievably
I saw
bad.
it. It was brutal. I don't even know how it was made. For the record, the Duke wide receiver pushes the Clemson defender.
Like blatantly.
And then it is called pass interference on Clemson. And then that leads to Duke winning against Clemson. It hasn't gone well for Deion Sanders, Doug, over the last couple of weeks against Utah and Arizona. His Buffaloes have been outscored 105-24. Here is what he would say to recruits.
How do you explain the past couple of weeks to recruits and their parents?
I don't have to explain it. They saw it. See, you got to understand, if you're a dog, you want to come here and right the wrong. If you're a cat, you look at the scoreboard and you run. Which one are you?
Doug, which one are you?
I'd be a cat. I'd run away from that program. He can't be long for that, can he? Does he really need that? His son is out, gone now, taking beating after beating. Does he need that?
Maybe he will head down to the Plains where Hugh Freeze met his maker on Sunday morning after losing at home to Kentucky. That was one I did not see. To Hugh Freeze's credit, I guess, he pulled Jackson Arnold as the starting quarterback. We saw him against Missouri and the magic that he can inspire both in Auburn and in Oklahoma last year. But it didn't go particularly well. The only reason Auburn got the 3 points that they got against Kentucky is because they had a turnover and started their drive at the 36-yard line of Kentucky. Otherwise, they didn't really...
Yeah, but it's a real stout Kentucky Wildcat football team.
Butch. I think they gave up like 50-some-odd points to Tennessee the week before.
Right.
If you get benched as a starting quarterback, do you have to give back any of the $2.5 million NIL
No dice.
paycheck?
I don't believe so. Here is Hugh Freeze following the game. He had a message to the fans, and then the next day he met his maker.
For the fans here that want to change a leadership with this program, what is your direct response to them in this moment of frustration?
Well, I wish I could ask for patience, but that's not really something that's that people want to give in this day and time, and I understand that. I just know that we're so dang close, and if we had a few things go our way earlier in the year, I think we're looking at a whole different deal. But it didn't, and that's life. And that's the game of football, and it teaches us a lot of great things and a lot of tough things. And, we'll get up and go to work and get ready for the next one. And I know these kids will. It's hard. It stinks. And, I'd love for their patience. But I understand that you're probably not getting patience from them because they want to see a better product on the field, and so do I. So I understand it.
Did the paper's notes there, did you put in there, spoiler alert, he was fired?
No, I feel bad, with Brian Kelly. It was kind of fun.
You enjoyed
Was that
it.
Billy Napier? I think it was Billy Napier. I didn't care about that. Hugh Freeze, that's just he was so up against it.
Don't you think this is going to happen every year in the SEC? There are so many good teams with great history and legacies, and the schedule is just a meat grinder. Somebody is going to have a horrible year every season. Things are going to slip away from somebody every year.
That is correct, and that is why we saw it coming in September, because the expectations are in a place that are outdated. It is no longer that way. Anybody can get anybody in the SEC, maybe with the exception of Kentucky. But then when Kentucky beats you, you get got.
Almost got Texas.
And nearly got Texas, and probably should have. I mean, they were like a matter of inches away on that one. And now Texas will probably find itself ranked in the top 12 when the college football playoff rankings come out tomorrow night for the first time after beating Vanderbilt.
They were steamrolling them.
They were 34-10, and I watched that, and Vanderbilt really should have recovered the onside kick.
Had it.
It was sitting there.
It's perfect onside kick.
Yeah, and then at that point, they have one of the best kickers in the SEC. Oklahoma has the best, if you watched that on Saturday night. Short shorts. Dougie wears Daisy Dukes, the Oklahoma kicker.
God, that's not okay.
Tim, quick question, kind of obscure. Vanderbilt went for a 2-point conversion and got it against Texas. I don't know if we saw different replays. That ball wasn't in. I've never seen anything like that where it was so evident they didn't get in. They called it.
I don't know what to make of that. Steve Sarkisian was alarmed.
Maybe it's because it wasn't right down the line, the camera, but it doesn't look like the ball gets anywhere close
Was
to
that
going
the guy,
in.
the receiver who reached for the pylon?
To me, it wasn't close.
No, it wasn't.
So they were saying the laces got in. I was like, what are you talking about?
But were you a little disheartened as a Mizzou fan, as bad as Vandy was looking at halftime?
No, because it's hard to win on the road.
Okay.
They made it look better. Texas dominated.
But you
that
wanted
game.
Vandy, since you lose to them, you want them to keep winning, or you want them
I don't think so.
get out of the mix?
I think that was actually good for Missouri. I mean, the best thing that happened for Missouri is Oklahoma beating Tennessee, because you get to play Oklahoma, and you want that to look good. Oklahoma has to play Alabama in Tuscaloosa, but Oklahoma's going to be in the top 12 now, I believe. I think Texas will be, too. And
Oklahoma's 11 now.
But the college football playoff rankings, not the thing where people with blogs and podcasts, do a drive-by.
And that comes out tomorrow evening.
That's
They have
correct
a show.
for the first one.
What's our one friend in L.A.? She's like, don't worry about my process. Kind of forgets who she votes for.
Am I correct on the number of SEC coaches? Is it 4 right now? I set the over-under at 5.5.
Napier,
LSU,
Kelly,
Pittman,
and now Hugh Freeze.
Right.
Yep. That's a 4-piece.
What do you think about your Shane Beamer fired Mike Shula yesterday?
Yeah, boy, that poor Shula grabbing too much poo. Tough day for Mr. Shula. I don't think Beamer's too far behind. Maybe. I just think if you're South Carolina, you're like, what are we going to get if we try going hunting this offseason? So maybe we hang out with the little guy for another offseason.
Hang out with the little guy.
Is that a segment? Clearing the deck,
something I'm hosting.
Followed by...
I'm doing an event. Martin's going to Scotland. I'm just going to South City. Hang out with the little guy.
Hang out with the little guy.
Chris Kerber's joining us on the other side of the break. Gabe DeArmond, 9 o'clock. That is all coming your way. Plus the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day for the ages as the winner of the month of November will receive a $10,000 HVAC system installed by Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin, you're Design Air Heating and Cooling client, I believe. Yes, you are.
Yes, love Design Air Heating and Cooling. They're out Friday checking out the unit there, and I believe it was the lovely Brian was out there. And I think
really?
that I have to air a grievance here because I'm going to be purchasing a new HVAC unit from Seth and his team at Design Air, and then I find out the Monday after. Oh, apparently I could have just won email of the day.
Yep.
I've already told Kim to load up the fake accounts and just start firing off shots. Homoerotic, whatever you got to do, just to win the email of the day. But Design Air, the reason we do business with them and such a loyal sponsor here is because it's a great company. And you can find that out for yourself. I did the Mr. McKernan. You got to shop, get some prices, and say, you know what, this is a great deal. It's a great company. Looking forward to that install coming up soon. We were kind of on the fence there. It's time to replace it. And I said, why not go with the best? And that is Design Air. You can find out more at designairservice.com. Even if it's just a repair, even if you don't have to have the whole thing replaced, or you just want to get things tuned up in time for winter, do that with the folks at Design Air. They've been around for more than a century here. Family-owned operation. Set up your appointment at designairservice.com.
There it is. Design Air Heating and Cooling. Email in. Every day matters in this competition. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. Chris Kerber next here on TMA.
Hey, how about this review from Yolanda with Classic Air Care? I called after hours and got a quick response from Maggie with Classic Air Care. When I say the quick response and great customer service was exceptional through the process, once my technician came, he was knowledgeable, explained to me in detail what could be the problem. Brian was exceptionally thorough, helpful, friendly, and great. Thank you all for a job well done. It is reviews like that has Classic Air Care earning a 4.8 Google rating from neighbors of you. So when you need your furnace looked at this summer, if you're here, or this winter rather, if you're hearing sounds that you're not supposed to hear, if you just need to have it maintained so it doesn't break down, These are the people you can count on. It's Classic Air Care, and you get that kind of service that Yolanda referred to. So go online, book an appointment today at classicaircare.com. You can also give them a call. Their phone number's on the website as well, and they will take great care of you. It's really just that simple. You need to have that furnace looked at. Call Classic Air Care today. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. We will have on our Stiefel dossier Gabe DeArmond at 9 o'clock and Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day with the huge Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month prize. Day one in the month of November for the business week. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way on the Stiefel dossier. And right now on the Callier and Thompson phone lines, we are joined by the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. Good to talk it over with you and get your perspective on where things are, because I know that the team has played better over the last two games, but I think from a fan base standpoint, because of the way things have gone over the last seven, people don't really want to hear that the team is playing better. So how do you balance that with your calls and your analysis of where things are as the Blues are tied for last in the NHL?
Well, you know what? I think there's a couple ways of looking at it. And, first off, before we get into the team play, I think, Tim, you've listened to us long enough. You know that we don't sugarcoat things.
Oh, yeah.
We call it like
that's
it
why
is.
I enjoy the podcast. That's what I look forward to. You guys calling a ball, and a strike. I like it.
Yeah, so the people DMing me or shooting me messages on Twitter and whatever about being a homer, go back to bed. Okay? You're just not paying attention. All right?
Sounds like Yogi wants you to go back to bed. Stop DMing him.
Yeah, you're just not paying attention. So that said, I think what we do is we tell it like it is. We just describe the play for what the play is. And look, I believe in you critique the play, not the player. Like, you don't know what's going on in somebody's life or whatever, right? You don't know if someone's having a hard time. At one point, and I'll use I was talking to Clem Costin as an example, right? Young kid trying to make his way in the NHL. We were outside the arena in Tampa, and I was talking to him once, and he looked stressed out. I said, dude, you look a little stressed. You okay? Well, his dad was in his mid-60s, and his dad had already served time in the Russian military. And with what was going on over there in Ukraine, they were actually concerned that his dad in his mid-60s was going to get conscripted again back into the military, right? It's actually quite a mind-blowing story when you think about it. Well, here's a kid, in his early 20s trying to play hockey in the National Hockey League, and this was something that he was dealing with, right? So I use that as an example of I don't know what's going on in somebody's life. So could somebody have a bad day or a bad game because of whatever? Yeah, they can. So I make no judgments on that. That's why you critique the play, and sometimes mistakes get made or bad plays happen, or there's another professional team of hockey players trying to do against you what you're trying to do to them. And the fans just have to understand that's not being a homer. That's not sugarcoating anything. That's like we assume that the fans are smart enough to see certain things once it's described, and if they can't and they need brands to have that done, well, we're not there for their help, to be honest with you. So that's how I approach this. Now, from an on-ice standpoint, I honestly, there are signs in the last couple of games of things getting better in a couple ways. But like we said on the broadcast the other night, with the way that final 10 minutes in the third period was in that last game, it begs the question, where it has that been and why are we not seeing that more consistently? So now I go into this game saying, okay, what's the next chapter? And the next chapter is, do we see that start? Look, 3 games in a row, they've had the first goal of the game. 3 games in a row, they've then given up the next goal of the game rather than build onto it. The team is struggling to find some consistency, I think just in the mental part of the game of keeping the highs not too high and the lows not too low. And I just do believe that the pieces are here. I don't know if I wouldn't say it's 2019 pieces, but similarly, I believe that the pieces with this team are here to be a better all-around team than we've seen the results show. I think there's things that lead you to think that the results can change, and we just have to see if they do. Now, having said all that, I'm sure Nashville felt this way throughout all of last season, too. So sometimes you just got to wait and see how it all plays out.
I'm sure losing Thomas and Neighbors when the team was already struggling a little bit, that was devastating too, wasn't it?
Well, yeah. I mean, you when you lose basically, and we always say top 9, but let's face it, Jake Neighbors was playing in a top line or top 6 role. Basically, when you lose your leading goal scorer and your leading point producer, in the same game, they've been gone for a few games. Now, I don't know if we'll see Robert Thomas today. He did skate yesterday. And obviously we won't see Jake now till probably the end of November, early December, somewhere in there. Yeah, that's going to hurt. But at the same time, look, as Doug Armstrong says, he gets calls from agents all the time, but, hey, how come my guy's not playing? Why isn't this? Well, there's opportunity now. And one of the guys taking advantage of that opportunity, I think the first 2 games back on recall has been Dalibor Dvorsky. He was excellent on the face-off dot in that last game. He's looked more up the pace with what we see in the NHL versus maybe his previous college or in training camp. And, I tell you what, it'd be something else if he took this opportunity in a way that said, when these guys are healthy, I'm not the one you're sending down. And if that happens, I think that'll be a cool thing for the Blues.
Chris, what do you make all the Blues, the goals given up by the Blues? Hofer obviously better on Saturday, but I think it's 51 maybe at this point, most goals allowed in the league. And some of it's the whole team. I understand that. I feel like with Binnington, it's just the big save and the big moment that they're just like a breakaway. I feel like they need him almost to kind of help get out of this funk. They need him to give them at least one of those games where he's lights out.
They're going to need Jordan or Joel or both of them to steal a game, kind of like what happened in Game 2 of the regular season up in Calgary, right? And you're right. Sometimes that big save right at that big moment hasn't been there. Now, I thought we saw it in the last game. I thought Joe Hofer, that breakaway save he made was absolutely huge. The other part of this, and I did talk to the goaltending coach, David Alexander, about it. There's some things he wants to see his goaltenders, be working on. And obviously, there's some goals that he thinks that they could have prevented. At the same time, like the first goal that Hofer gives up in that last game, he's playing well. He makes the pad save. Justin Falk sliding back ends up pushing the puck with his skate off the pad and into the net. That's just one of those, I don't know how we look at a goaltender on that. And honestly, guys, seen those for years. Sometimes you go, well, that's just the way the puck bounces. And this team has gotten some just horrific puck bounces that way. That said, so honestly, what I look at, Martin, is go back to some of these goals and I look at a play 2 to 3 plays ahead of it. Was a forward not in position to kill the play? Did the Blues have 2 or 3 chances to clear the puck and just not do it? And more times than not, that's where you're seeing the mistake made. A little bit less, and even Jim Montgomery has talked about this. He's like, if we kill some of these things before that part even happens, we're not talking about bad bounces. And so that's the accountability that Monty's looking at right now in terms of how you fix it.
You think it's too early for Armstrong to start wheeling, dealing a little bit just to change things up?
Nope. Not at all. I don't think so. I think you look at the starts that this team has had over the last few years. Yes, it's been a team in transition. Yes, there's been new players coming in, but there's something that has crept into the DNA where these starts have not been good. And to your point, Doug, look, here's the one thing that we know, right? Coming out of the championship window, Okay, where do the teams stand? Where do some of these young guys go with Berube? Is this a Berube kind of team with the changes that Doug want to make? Okay, so you understand that coaching change. Now you bring in Drew Bannister, right? Very good success in the American Hockey League, first-time NHL coach. You struggle, all right? He does turn things around a little bit, but the beginning of the next year really struggles, and Monty becomes available. Well, the one thing we know in this situation, the coach isn't going anywhere, right? I mean, that we know for sure. So to me, it's on the players. So, no, I would say with this start and expectations, I would say it's not too early for them if they see something out there that they want to take a stab at or they want to change something with this hockey team. I think the one thing that Doug Armstrong has shown over the years is he doesn't need to have a deadline for that to happen. If he sees a need and there's an opportunity to improve it, he's going to go after it.
You think the great second-half surge last year, as fun as it was, as unreal as they played, kind of raised expectations for this group? Maybe that wasn't reasonable even going into this year. I'm not saying they're as bad as they've been playing. They should be better, but maybe we got a little ahead of ourselves because of that stretch.
I think it's a fair question, Martin, but no, I think the team realized what they could play and how they could play like. I mean, even the coaches are saying that, look, they're surprised with the inconsistencies of the season. Some of the players are as well. I look at that. I look at the play by Philip Broberg towards the end of the game, and he took the puck down into the corner and he held on to it like Cale Makar would hold on to it, or like a Quinn Hughes, right? And they couldn't take it from him, and it led to a spectacular play. And I go, okay, we need to see more of that, right? That's the kind of thing we need to see more of. Jordan Kyrou has all the offensive ability of is good as just about most players in this league, better than most of them, to be honest with you. You know, and we need to see him winning puck battles along the wall to come out with that puck and then to make and create those offensive plays, you know, like he can. I think that this really is more players playing to their potential than it is anything else. Now, I guess to your point, were we fooled a little bit with that potential? I can understand the question, but I'd like to think not, to be honest with you.
Blues will have a chance to get it going tonight against the two-time defending Western Conference champions Blues and Oilers. And you can hear it here on 101 ESPN this evening as they try to halt the 7-game skid. Chris Kerber giving us his perspective on 101 ESPN as he does every Monday at 8:15. Kerbs, appreciate the time. Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, here's a quick nugget for you, Tim.
Like a quick
Connor
nugget.
McDavid. Yeah, Connor McDavid's averaging 108 points a year in his career, right? I mean, he's 1 point shy of 1,100 points, okay? Which would be the fourth fastest player in the history to get it if he were to get that tonight. He would have to average 108 points for another 17 years to still catch Wayne Gretzky.
How about that fun fact? How about that fun fact?
Isn't that insane?
God, it just puts the numbers in such perspective there. And you're fresh off of seeing Crosby make history last Monday.
Yeah, kind of. I just sit there and wonder real quick. I hope for Blues to, like, one of these draft picks, one of these first rounders, one of these turn into a stud. Like be that, you know, to just turn into that electrifying, come out of your seat kind of player. Blues fans deserve it, and they'll see it. But yeah, some of these guys, like as great as Crosby, Ovechkin, you know, Jágr. I always go back to the one fun stat. Jágr is second all-time in points, and Gretzky still has more assists than Jágr has points. Like, it just shows you how great some of these players were, but how just insane Wayne Gretzky was.
Yeah, that really does drive home the greatness of 99. You'll get a chance to see McDavid this evening, Blues and Oilers, as the Blues try to get it going and do so against the defending Western Conference champions. Thanks, Kerbs.
All right, boys, have a great week.
Thank you, too. This is Chris Kerber with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. We saw a classic on Saturday night, so much so that they were playing it live on the Jumbotron with the audio in Edmonton for the Oil on Saturday night. And you will hear reaction from the Blue Jays manager, who also didn't pull any punches on what he thought with regard to his team's performance going so far, Doug, as to say something that irritated some of the Dodgers. We'll have that for you. And I know you like this. Immediately following the win in Game 7, The Athletic had their power rankings for the 2026 season.
So I want to get you. Can we at least clean up the stadium from this game before we start predicting who's going to win next year? Can we at least do
these
that?
Are power rankings. That's different.
I would love a post-game interview. Ken Rosenthal down on the field with Dave Roberts. Dave, the numbers are out for next year, and you guys we just won the World Series.
So I got that. We got the Colonel coming up at 9 o'clock, presented by James Carlton. The program's called TMA. It's on 101 ESPN.
We had a kids' soccer game on Saturday right there at Tepera Park. Post-game, of course, was at the Village Bar. Great place to get the kids together, watching the sports on TV, mom and dad having a little lunch, invite some friends over. You can do it at lunchtime, go back, watch the Chiefs game on a Sunday, maybe the Mizzou game this Saturday. Just a great gathering spot. It's been that way for years. It's really a reasonably priced place to eat lunch. The Village Bar with the best cheeseburger in town, the waffle fries. On top of all of that, it's also home to 1879 Distilling. That's the barn out back. That's home to the distillery where they're making these premium small batch spirits. It's a tradition that goes back to the 1800s. German distilling right there on the river in Mississippi, and they've continued this tradition at 1879 Distilling. Premium brands like the 1879 Rye, 1879 Bourbon. They've got the Red Barn Vodka, 6 different flavors, so many different options. If you go to that website, it's a pretty cool website, too. It tells you the story and all of the different spirits that are available. 1879distilling.com, part of the great St. Louis history when it goes back to German distilling, and you'll taste a difference. Winning awards throughout the region. So next time you order a drink, make sure you ask for 1879 Distilling, St. Louis, Missouri.
Oh, wow. Wow.
Well, this is kind of sad. I needed a pick-me-up.
The song's called Doing Just Fine.
What if I'm not after this weekend?
You'll be all right.
Okay.
Doug had Georgia minus 7.
Oof.
And it cost him, would you bet 15,000? That's your unit size, right? 15,000?
Yeah, it's usually what
I
it
went
is.
teasing.
Oh, no.
Oh, it saved me in that Georgia game.
What was the game? I saw so many different games just on and off. There was a game where a team was favored by, I think, 3.5, and they were up by 3, and the quarterback was running for a touchdown and stopped at the 1-yard line.
Georgia was favored by
7.
7.
Yeah, oh, that's what it was.
And the
they
over-under
won
was
by
50.5.
Yes, and I had that on the FanDuel spread zone.
The over?
And then a compadre of mine, who you know, put together a... He plays at the high limit tables, Doug. It was, I recall, it was $1,000 4-team parlay. I know Texas Tech, which is just they just print for you. They'll put it on BYU this weekend. Mark my words on that one. Texas Tech went into Manhattan, beat the hell out of K-State. Their only loss is without their starting quarterback. They are a legit team. And then 2 games in the early window hit, and I think the parlay would have paid $9,000. And he had Georgia minus 7. And when Gunnar Stockton was going into the end zone for the touchdown and the cover, and then knelt down
at the 1-yard line.
At the 1-yard line.
That's hard to do. I understand why they do it, but it's got to be hard to do as a football player and a competitor, not to run in for the touchdown.
It was
hard.
It was interesting. David Montgomery, he's the secondary back for the Detroit Lions, was on...
Secondary back. Do you like that term?
No,
well,
stop it.
Jameer Gibbs would be their primary back, but David Montgomery is no slouch.
Legit.
Yeah, but he obviously is a guy who needs to rack up stats if he wants to get paid more. He was on Amon-Ra St. Brown's podcast, and they said, what would happen if they told you to get down? He goes, I would tell them I didn't hear it. I would say, I'm scoring. You kidding me? I'm scoring. So I think for NFL guys who are trying to get a contract next, makes sense. For a guy like Gunnar Stockton, to me, it just displays team-first mentality. So
I don't think any NFL scouts would look at a guy and say, he got one more touchdown. Let's not look at the tape and see how he got it.
I think you'd be surprised.
I think they do a little bit more homework than that. I would hope.
I'm saying for like an NFL guy, if all they're going to look at is your box score at the end of the year or your stats at the end of the year, one more touchdown could be the difference.
I deep teased the reaction of John Schneider, the manager of the Blue Jays, following the game. Much like the host on TSN, who was so fired up he used profanity, saying that the Blue Jays were the better team. Take a listen to the Blue Jays manager.
Not the cursing, I hope.
We played our game, and our game is as good as anybody in baseball. So is it 2 heavyweights going back and forth? You know, going back to the beginning of the series when people were calling it David versus Goliath, it's not even close.
Come on.
So they're good. I put this group of guys against any other 26 players in the entire planet. Yeah, we had our chances. We had our chances to beat them soundly, you know, and we didn't, and that's baseball.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable. He didn't say the better team lost.
Like the post-game show host on TSN.
If you say that, then I think you've lost the argument. But you can be proud of your group. I don't know how many people painted it as David versus Goliath. I mean, Toronto certainly wasn't a preseason pick. Like nobody was on the Jays earlier this year.
I mean, if you were, but I have to say, in fairness to the casual fan, how many people really know the payrolls of major league teams? Everybody knows, even the casual fan, about the Dodgers, and in particular, not just the payroll, but the deferred money, which I think is the bigger issue. To know that the Toronto Blue Jays have the 4th largest payroll in Major League Baseball. So I do think there probably was some of that in the mindset of the casual fan.
Like the fan narrative, but not
right.
pundits. I don't think pundits saw it as David versus Goliath.
I agree with that. I mean, the Blue Jays, there was a reason why they had home field advantage. And fortunately, it wasn't because the American League won the All-Star game. It's because they had a better record over the course of the season. They won a very tough division as well, and they were on the precipice of pulling it out. And I do think if you looked at that, That will sometimes compare games where the outcome is different than what the play looked like. Missouri-Vanderbilt would certainly be an example of that. Into like a boxing, if you were scoring it without knowing the actual outcome, Toronto would have outpointed L.A. in the series. And I think at one point Schneider said we were in a position where we could have swept them. We played that well. But that has to make it more frustrating. I think very weirdly, now Jeff Suppan was on with us last week as the surprise guest. He still smarts from that 2004 World Series, in part because he says they're embarrassed by it. But I think it's easier, maybe I'm wrong, to deal with that than every member of the Blue Jays organization will live with that forever because it was there and they didn't take advantage of it. And that is the part that is going to be gutting for their fan base and their players and their front office.
They outscored the Dodgers 34-26 in the World Series. The robust Dodger lineup hit 203 in the World Series. I mean, you had the double play to end the Friday game, too, which was a really tough way to end that game. You're up 3-1, you're up 4-2. And the Muncy home run off Savage in the 8th, I'm like, oh, boy, now it's a one-run game. Oh, boy. Yep. It's just... But, again, you had every chance to win. I think he's right. They got a great team, nothing to hang their heads about, but the Dodgers beat them. That's the bottom. The Dodgers beat you.
They had a bunch of little things go against them in those last two games. That ball that got stuck in the outfield wall in Game 6, that whole inning might have played out differently had that not happened. Probably one run scores, and you got a guy at second, and maybe he doesn't get... He just might play the inning differently. I thought the Blue Jays didn't play the 11th inning correctly either. I wouldn't have bunted. After Guerrero doubled, I hate that bunt to get the guy over to third.
Giving up and out?
Yeah, if you give up and out, let the guy swing. There's still, even if he swings and makes an out, there's still a chance he moves him over to third. And then I think I would have squeezed him home with Kirk. Because Kirk is just a double play waiting to happen there.
Or do you try and steal? Barger's on first. Do you try and get out of the double play situation?
If you just bunt him and the guy's out at home, you still got runners at first and second. You still got a shot. With a double play, that's it. And I thought he was a double play waiting to happen there. That's what happened.
So when you're in a Blues game and they're on the power play, you yell shoot when you were at home. And I know you were yelling squeeze.
Squeeze, get it down.
Well, what everybody was talking about after that World Series is the power rankings for 2026. And fortunately, The Athletic released them. Doug, do you want to take a guess as to who's number one?
Dodgers.
Yes. Oh, so you read the column.
No, I didn't read it. I don't have to read
take a guess number two?
Toronto.
Yes. So you...
Okay, yeah. Boy, they went way out of their way to stir up some controversy here, didn't they?
Where do you think the St. Louis Baseball Cardinals are?
26.
20. Second.
25 is the answer.
Okay.
Dodgers, Marlins, Brewers, Twins. I don't think they're very good. Phillies.
Well, they're pretty good. Kyle Schwarber's going to be a free agent. He'd look good in a Cardinal uniform.
Yeah, best of luck with that idea. With the new president of baseball operations and further investments in the player development department, the Cardinals seem to be headed in the right direction, yet it's a long way back to the promised land. St. Louis is still on the hook for 3 long-term deals. Sonny Gray, Wilson Contreras, and Nolan Arenado, who blocked a trade to Houston last offseason, but could be open to waiving his no-trade clause this winter. With some version of a rebuild underway, trading those established vets is a logical priority this offseason. So there it is. There is the priority this offseason.
No kidding. If it only that were that easy.
The mindset around St. Louis sports right now is hopefully they can trade some of these high-priced guys who are under contract, both for the Blues and for the Cardinals.
That's what we got. Aren't going to want.
Right.
How are the sports? Are they great?
They're not that great right now. No, they're not.
How'd your team's offseason go? How'd it go? Who'd you guys sign? No, we were able to unload a lot of great players. Yeah, that used to be great, but we owe them a lot of money and we're trying to cut back.
We kept 3 really overpaid older players, and that's just like making 3 trades.
I like that idea.
Hey, Mason Wynn got a Gold Glove. How about that?
Yeah, congrats to him. Pretty good building block to have the Gold Glove shortstop. Who's very young.
There you go.
It's a good start. Here we go.
Youngest Cardinal to ever win a Gold Glove. You know who was the next closest, Doug? Do you know the answer to that?
No. Can I have initials?
K.R.
K. Kirby Reading? Who the hell is that?
50 years ago, 1975. Kenny Reed
Zamboni.
was the next closest.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. That's good.
Frank, unimpressed. Unimpressed.
What else you got, Papers? Let's rattle off if you. We're a little low.
Tim, you look great.
Oh.
Bundesliga?
Second Bundesliga.
I think everything about the show is great.
Do what you got to do, pimpin's pimpin'.
Doug, I'm lactating. Thanks.
Oh.
Let me take calls.
Jackson,
maybe we shouldn't play anymore.
Is it a St. Louis oath to have bad contracts that you cannot get rid of for decades? Doug, that's from Matt in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Matt.
Happens to a lot of teams. A lot of teams. We're not
Mount
alone.
Rushmore of bad contracts in St. Louis right now.
Power rankings at the bottom.
Bad contracts.
Colorado is still at the bottom, Tim.
White
Sox, Colorado.
I would
still near the
assume
bottom.
Colorado's got to be dead. Yes, they are correct. That's correct.
They've got some
Martin.
work
30,
to do.
White Sox 29, Nationals 28, Angels 27, Twins 26, then your St. Louis baseball Cardinals.
Well, I guess at the top of the list of Mount Rushmore bad St. Louis contracts would be Arenado's.
That's going to be over, though, soon.
Second, Buchnevich.
I think I'm putting 89 at the top. I got to be honest with you.
Okay.
You be trying to push up on my wife? She bad. It's the game, right?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
I saw him listed as a good, strong candidate for Auburn. And the Q's having a rough year.
Yeah, they are. I'd be all
there
for
are
it.
not enough coaches to go around. Now,
For
here's
these
my theory is all the coaching firings is great news for Mizzou because there'll be a lot of players who are probably looking to jump. So maybe it's a great time
That's
to be
correct.
Great time to be in the portal.
This is why Delta Week around these particular parts. Martin, I know you're going to Faroe Field on Saturday,
be there
2:30
for the
kickoff. Doug,
Tufts.
forecast looks glorious. Any chance you're going to skip your son's wedding to go to the game?
I
You
may
talked-
if I can score some good ducats.
Papers, are you going? You and Mark?
Not sure.
Oh, he's so cryptic.
Well, if I'm not sure, should I lie and say no? I'm not sure.
But you never know, is what I'm saying.
That's not true. When I go, I know.
When will you know?
Eventually.
Okay, that's pretty vague.
I've got the Ritz-Carlton of Columbia booked for both Friday and Saturday night. And I will feel really nice about things if Eli Drinkwitz signs an extension like Rhett Lashley did the night before his SMU Mustangs took on the Miami Hurricanes and the great Mario Cristobal.
Who can only win the good games?
That's correct.
The big games?
Yes.
He can just never win the non-big game?
Real problems with those. But if that is still blowing in the wind on Saturday, I will not feel great about the situation. That's my honest assessment of it.
Drinkwitz is in a real good position of leverage right now. And if he truly wants to stay, I would think he'd sign something rather soon because his name is being thrown around frequently with links to Florida and LSU. And with the schedule that they play...
top of the Auburn 24/7 hot board.
And with the tough schedule they have next year, he may not have this leverage ever again if they have a less than stellar season next year, which is entirely possible with the schedule getting much more difficult.
Well, everybody's a copycat. Indiana locked up Signetti. Nebraska locked up Rule. SMU locked up their guy. And so it's going around. So it would not be unheard of if that happened this week.
So we'll see what the Colonel has to say. He wrote about it this morning. He is brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, who is my insurance agent and has been for the last 6+ years. And I had to reach out to him over the weekend. Had a situation this weekend where I had to reach out to James Carlton. And I mean, within seconds, the man gets back to you. It's unbelievable. 314-961-4800 or go online at carltoninsurance.net. Jamie Rivers made the switch last month, saved thousands of dollars. That's what James and his team can do for you. You're not going to find any better customer service in the insurance industry in the St. Louis area than James Carlton. Online at carltoninsurance.net or give him a call at 314-961-4800. Gabe DeArmond next here on TMA. Hey, this is Tim McKernan. We are deep into fall now, and if you've been putting off those home improvement projects, this is your reminder. The cold weather is on the way, and one of the smartest upgrades you can make, replacing those old, drafty windows before winter hits. Universal Windows Direct is making it easier than ever to do just that. Right now, when you buy 2 windows, you get 2 free with no limit. That alone is a great deal, but it gets even better. You'll also get 36 months of 0% financing with equal monthly payments, same as cash, and a $500 bonus off your project. It's Universal Windows Direct. Universal Windows Direct does not just deliver great products, they make the whole process easy. From your free in-home estimate to professional installation, you are in great hands. Call 314-334-2522 or visit universalwindowsdirect.com to schedule your free estimate. Buy 2, get 2 free. Energy savings, comfort, and serious value. Like me, you'll be saying, I love my windows.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. The Missouri Tigers basketball team gets their campaign started this evening as they head to Washington, D.C. to take on the Howard Bison. That's going to be a 6 p.m. tip-off. It'll be available on ESPN+. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Love this music.
It's the McKernan Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour here on the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. A gentleman by the name of Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos, and as is tradition here at 9 o'clock on Mondays and Fridays during the football season, we are joined by the Colonel Gabriel P. DeArmond of PowerMizzou.com. He is presented to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Morning, Colonel.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
I'm good. I was angrily texting the Colonel on Saturday night.
Sure, he appreciates that.
Oh, my God, he had to love it because I was flipping back and forth between Oklahoma, Tennessee, and the Dodgers and Blue Jays Game 7. And I texted him and I said, what in the hell is Oklahoma doing not going for two to make it 24-17 instead of 23-17? And the Colonel said, I have no idea. I'm watching the World Series. And then I realized it was the third quarter. And it all made sense to me. I said, don't worry about me, Gabe.
No, you'll get
you know what? I have a feeling he wasn't anyway.
You know what? I'm just like a therapist. I just sit there and kind of let you work it out yourself.
Yeah,
I don't really have to respond.
I like that.
And then eventually you reach an epiphany and you go, God, that guy's a good listener, man. I'm going to pay him a lot of money.
Said my wife, I go, God, Gabe really helped me out there. Yeah. Colonel, you wrote this morning on PowerMizzou.com that this may be the most consequential game Missouri has played under Eli Drinkwitz. Elaborate on that here on 101 ESPN.
Yeah, this is, I can argue this is the first time Missouri has taken the field where it's, okay, your season is like undeniably on the line, right? Last year, the South Carolina game, there were people that wanted to argue, hey, if they win this game, they're alive for the playoff, and I never really believed that. The two losses last year, in the end, A&M and Alabama were what eliminated their chances, but you didn't know that at the time. You didn't take the field going, okay, win and we're alive, and lose and we're dead. I mean, if they lose this game on Saturday, and look, I'm not talking about this team as a playoff team because they've shown me nothing that says they are, but hope is alive. Mathematically, they can make it, so a lot of fans are still eyeing that. They lose this Saturday, then that's done. Saturday at 6 o'clock, there is a chance that the only thing we're talking about with this team for the next month is where is Eli Drinkwitz going to coach? Because once the playoff is mathematically and undeniably out the window, none of the rest of it really matters.
And if they win, where are they? How would you rank them? How do they stack up with their chances?
So they're I think they're 17 in the coaches poll, 19 in the AP. The playoff rankings come out tomorrow night. I would imagine they're somewhere in that range. So if you go beat number 3, then you are going to be right back up there. This would be one of the best wins anybody in college football has this year. Indiana at Oregon would probably be better because it was a road win. But other than that, I mean, you beat a team there's only 3 teams that haven't lost. You beat one of them. That is up there with any win anybody has in college football. And they are right back into that, hey, if you go 3-0, 2 of which you will be favored to win for sure, then you're probably in the playoffs. So that's why the outcome of...
They'd have a common opponent with Notre Dame in that potential 2-loss showdown situation, too.
Right. And look, Miami just made Notre Dame look, that loss look worse. And, Tennessee is probably out now, even though Vandy beat them head to head. Like, Vandy has a chance at another loss, and even if they don't, this win would be better than anything Vandy would have on its resume. So the range of potential outcomes based on what happens Saturday, we could be waking up Sunday morning right back in the thick of the playoff talk, or, okay, what are we doing coaching carousel-wise? And there's really no in-between.
Do you get any sense that they'll do one of those Signetti or Rule-type deals where they try and get Drinkwitz to agree to an extension before all of that noise heats up?
No, I mean, look, it's already heated up. I mean, last week there were stories all over the place. It was all we were talking about. And no, my impression is that I don't expect anything to get done before the end of the regular season. Now, that could change, but also you've got to remember the PR part of this, too, in that, I remember driving to Ames, Iowa, and pulling over and writing a story that Gary Pinkel signed an extension. He got beat the next day. I remember in the press box getting the release that Drinkwitz had been extended, and they lost to Kentucky that day. And, while that's not ultimately the deciding factor of when you do it, it does factor in. I mean, if you announce an extension Thursday and they go get thumped by A&M, there are going to be people that are saying, hang on, he was already paid in the top 10. What are we doing? But I think more important than that, the information I have is that Drinkwitz isn't ready to sign it during the season. Now, that could be he wants to talk to other people and he's legitimately looking at other places. That could be he's looking for a little bit of leverage to get a few more things out of Missouri, whether that's money for his staff, NIL commitments, whatever it might be. And it could also be as simple as he's told Missouri, I'm not doing this during the season. Don't worry, we'll get it done, but I don't want to do it until after the season's over. And only Eli Drinkwitz and his agent and probably his wife know the answer to that question.
But then that, of course, would go, okay, you just mentioned how he did sign an extension during the season before that Kentucky game, so that would go against that. How much does the uncertainty regarding Drinkwitz's situation impact the short-term business, both for the players, which I realize you can't really answer, but more importantly, something you can speak to when there's uncertainty with recruiting?
Yeah, I mean, they've got 18 or 19 commitments. There aren't that many spots left. I don't think that's a big deal. And with the current players, I mean, they can all go anywhere they want in 2 months anyway, right? I mean, so I'm sure they're thinking about it and they see it on Twitter and stuff, but as far as a huge distraction, it's not nearly what it was even, 5 years ago when players might be sitting here going, hang on, man, this guy, he's the reason I'm here. He brought me here. If that's the case, then all they do is enter the portal 5 days after they hire a new guy and they can go follow him if they want to. So it's really not the deterrent or I think the distraction anymore than it used to be. It's probably, I would imagine taking up a lot of time for Laird Veach and the curators and all of that. And because, I mean, like a point I hadn't really thought about. I was talking to somebody that covers another school in the same situation, and they had told me, hey, you've got to set season ticket prices and start doing stuff for next year and all that. I mean, here in Missouri, that's kind of a hard conversation to have without knowing for sure, A, how this season ends, but B, also who the coach is. I mean, if you go 7-5 and you have a new coach, it's a lot different than, hey, 9-3 and barely missed the playoff and the guy's coming back, what people might be willing to spend on it.
Yeah, I think Drinkwitz has all the leverage, like right now, this week. Yep. They still don't have a huge win this season, and if they get beat convincingly by Texas A&M at home, I don't know how great a candidate he is for Florida and LSU.
There is a risk on his side. If this is a leverage play, there is a little bit of a risk on his side of, hey, what if things don't go well and Matt Zollers looks a little shaky and you not only lose to A&M and Oklahoma, but you drop one of the other two and you end up 7-5 and some of that momentum looks a little shaky and all that. That said, I mean, look, I firmly believe in, that Missouri wants to do whatever it needs to do to keep Eli Drinkwitz here because in the world they're operating in, you largely know what you have with him, and it's already, pretty much built and running, whereas I don't care legitimately who you hire. Starting over is a risk, and you don't know where you would be.
What do you think about the matchup itself? Mizzou, Texas A&M. Yes, they're 8-0. Not everyone's convinced maybe that they're one of the best teams in the country. Missouri wins this game how?
Sorry,
that was kind of like Cusimano. Wins this game how? Answer it.
Yeah. I mean, look, I have made a career out of doubting Texas A&M.
You're all over your Miami doubt in Mario Cristobal. I got to call attention to that. Yeah. The Colonel was calling that back in September.
Those two teams, if I could buy them for what I think they're worth and sell them for what everybody else thinks they're worth in August, I wouldn't be doing this anymore because I doubt them every year. Now, that said, A&M they've kind of convinced me. I think they're the best team in the SEC. They lead the country in sacks per game. They don't. Outside of that, there's nothing you look at and say, well, this is unbelievable, although they may have the two best receivers in the league. But they're not bad at anything. They're maybe not a top 3 team in the country at anything, but they're a top 20 team in the country at almost everything. So Missouri's recipe, I think, is Matt Zollers looks better even than we can reasonably expect. Missouri starts quick, gets the crowd on its side, and Marcel Reed gives you the ball a couple times, which he is capable of doing. He's had a very good year, but he is capable of giving you a couple opportunities at turnovers. And so if that happens, Missouri's only a 7-point underdog. It's not like it would be impossible, but I don't really know how you could pick it based on what we've seen because A&M has done absolutely nothing but gone out and taken care of business every week. And again, not for 1 week have I looked at this Missouri team and said, since they started playing legitimate competition and thought, yeah, this is a playoff caliber team.
I think the focal point of the conversation is that the starting quarterback is a true freshman. And, he did look good against Vanderbilt with regard to his comfort level in the pocket, able to go through his progressions to get to his third option on their one touchdown against Vanderbilt. Of course, the other side of that is now Texas A&M has had 2 weeks to prepare for him, and that will be a whole different situation than what Vanderbilt had as he entered the game when Pribula got hurt. What can you tell us, Gabe, about Matt Zollers, because this is going to be a brand new face and name starting for most observers in college football and even some here in Missouri?
Yeah, look, it was obvious to me in fall camp, even the limited amount we get to see. I mean, Gerard Hamilton and I at the time talked about he's got the best arm on the team. I don't think they're now Sam Horn, he's got a cannon too because he's a pitcher. But I thought Zollers looked the best throwing the football. And not that he should have started or was ready to start. But we were openly talking at the time, look, I don't think 2020, I don't think it's out of the question that Matt Zollers is the Missouri starter in 2026. So I was impressed with him. Now, my biggest question is, was that second half against Vandy more about Matt Zollers or did it actually say more about Bo Pribula? Because I don't think I thought from snap one that Vandy defense was gettable. And Bo Pribula just didn't get him. It looked like he didn't know where the pressure was coming from, didn't look comfortable in the pocket. And I think we saw this weekend, Texas ate them up. And I don't think that's a great Vanderbilt defense. So did Matt Zollers do what an SEC starting quarterback should have done against Vandy? Or is he, really, really good, and we're about to see something we didn't expect to see? I don't know. We get the answer, I think, on Saturday, though.
I'm getting nervous about quarterbacks running the ball. They've lost 2 already doing that. Yeah. You think they might hold Zellers back a little bit? I know it's a great weapon to have a running quarterback.
I think you have to. I mean, look, your quarterback, if he goes down, is Brett Brown, who transferred to Middle Tennessee and wasn't playing. And I still don't fully understand how he's back on Missouri's roster. Whatever he is.
Hold on. For the purpose of clarity, he left Missouri, went to Middle Tennessee State. This is all this year, by the way, and now he's back in Missouri.
Yeah, and I don't know exactly when he came back. I think it was before the season, but I don't know. I don't understand it. Because, there was no time where we thought we needed to be paying attention to whether or not Brett Brown was on the roster, right? So, yes, I think there cannot be design runs for Matt Zollers. And I think you have to tell him, look, if you see a guy coming, do the Peyton Manning, or do the Brett Favre with Michael Strahan coming. Just lay down. Lose 6 yards and live to fight another down because you cannot get hurt.
Otherwise, it's Brett Brown. He's the next man up.
Brett Brown.
Yeah.
Yep.
Do you think we'll see Ryder?
And if you ask me anything about him as a player, I have nothing. I don't know.
Jackson, don't ask.
Doug will give us a scouting report a little bit later in the show, perhaps. Do we think? I would love to know if this Ryder Goodwin's in play this week, or if he just had a fun day on social media last Sunday.
I don't really think it matters.
Right.
I mean,
he's still not kicking the ball.
I mean, if he's kicking, fine, but I don't think it's suddenly, if he'd been that good in practice that you feel good about 48 yarders, I think he would have kicked before now.
Yeah, well, Bobby Boots, Doug. You never know what you got with Boots.
We got guys in the NFL kicking 68 yarders
now. Yeah, I mean, how about Oklahoma's kicker? I mean, sweet mother of mercy.
Yeah.
Colonel, I saw you tweet last night that you think you should be nominated for a Pulitzer based on what you wrote for Section 6 today of the 10 Things on Monday morning. And, Doug, I think now that I've read it, I think that he will win a Pulitzer Award for it. Okay. The Colonel, would you like to tell the audience what they're missing if they have not had a chance to read the column yet?
Yeah, I just ranked the 4 job possibilities that are open right now on the Hot Crazy Matrix. And if you are not familiar with the Hot Crazy Matrix, you probably don't listen to this radio show, to be quite honest.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It seems like it would be up your audience's alley. I would deem Penn State probably the best combination of hot and crazy because I think they're the least crazy, and they're still relatively hot. LSU would have won that title, but then the governor talked and crazy doesn't even begin to describe what. I think he legitimately has cost them candidates. I think Lane Kiffin would have listened, and I don't think Lane Kiffin will listen now. And I think there are other guys in that boat. I'm not sure LSU can hire a sitting Power 5 coach after that guy spoke. and I mean, legitimately, if you heard it and your first thought wasn't, oh, I guarantee that guy's got a political office in the state of Louisiana, then I don't know what you listen to.
They don't have an AD or a president.
That's right.
So I guess the governor is now in charge.
A president soon. They have a acting AD whose name is it's Verge, which I assume in Louisiana is pronounced Verge.
Ooh, I like that. It's very French. Parlez-vous français?
Is it Augsbury or something crazy? It was,
something like that. Yeah.
Sound like a guy would have an ascot. Maybe.
Either that or a guy who has a shrimp boil before every home game.
Oh, that'd be nice.
Colonel, it is recommended reading. PowerMizzou.com. Gabe DeArmond, Missouri, Texas A&M, one of the premier games this weekend and a lot to cover. How are you going to approach tomorrow? Tomorrow, of course, Martin, it's Toughness Tuesday. How are you going to approach the press conference? I mean, there's a lot of things to tend to. I have a feeling you might get smacked around a little bit.
No, I'll be honest. To me, the job stuff isn't worth asking about until at least after this week. Because, I mean, I kind of asked him about approaching it a couple weeks ago, and he answered it. I don't know what new there is to say. And, right now, I think if you ask it, you're really just looking for a reaction because, again, this team, if they win on Saturday, everything is back on the table. So, to me, let's get through this game, see where they're at. And then if they get beat, then kind of everything's fair game, and it's maybe time to start asking around a little bit. But I was talking with a couple other people last week, and to me, you got to get through the A&M game before you really start talking about this. And again, I know that people are always say, well, Are you afraid to ask? No, I just am not going to ask a question usually that there's no answer to. Like, there's nothing Eli Drinkwitz can say that's gonna set everybody's mind at ease. Because even if he comes out and says, "Yeah, hey, I'm the coach here. I want to be the coach here forever," like, that doesn't mean anything until there's something signed. That means absolutely nothing. It just sets him up in a position to look bad. And if he comes out and says, "Well, hey, man, there's some jobs out there I kind of want to talk to somebody at," which obviously he wouldn't. But if he did, I mean, you might as well leave tomorrow then.
Yeah. And if they win next week, we'll say, boy, they can't overlook Mississippi State. The season's on the line here. 100%. And then it'll be, well, we can't overlook Oklahoma. This is the biggest game of the year here. If they win, it's going to go every week, just like this.
No question. No question. Now, look, I think this is the toughest opponent they have, but they'll be underdogs at Oklahoma, even if they win this week. They'll be underdogs at OU. Because, like, OU's that team that everybody's been looking at, including me all year, and go, I don't really think they're that. I think they're overrated, but they keep finding ways, man. Like, they went into Knoxville and won a game and held Tennessee, only the second team to hold Tennessee under 30, so I think they're a better team than I've given them credit for.
Gabe DeArmond, PowerMizzou.com, brought to you by James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. Read his column on Power Mizzou. Colonel, always appreciate the time, man. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have a good one.
You too. Thanks, Gabe. That's Gabe DeArmond with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, the hot, crazy scale.
Okay.
I'm reading about Brett Brown now because of you guys. I don't know that I knew that name prior to this.
No.
Yeah, it's the backup now. It's not Tommy Locke. It's Brett Brown. He transferred from Missouri earlier this year to Middle Tennessee State, and then when Sam Horn went down, he transferred back to Missouri.
Well, it wouldn't be the most outrageous thing. They've still got, 4 games to play. It's not unusual for a quarterback to go down in a span of 4 games.
That Brett Brown thing is tied with the most confusing thing in college football with Virginia losing to NC State but it not being a conference game.
That's right.
If Brett Brown were to lead this Tiger team to the national championship, it would be the greatest college football story of all time.
Amen.
He graduated in August. So maybe that allowed some flexibility with his playing.
Who's going to stop them from doing anything?
There's nobody in charge.
The sheriff's desk is empty.
The Wentzville Walking Stick is in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, and he says Brett Brown's a stud.
He's a great ball player, but...
Oh, you're familiar with him?
No, I'm just saying if you're a D1 college football, like if you saw Brett Brown play in high school, you'd probably be like, that guy is incredible.
Sure.
It's a whole different ball game in the SEC.
Probably said that about Drew Pine.
But it's possible
he was good in Notre Dame.
Mizzou beats A&M, Mississippi State, Oklahoma, and then Zollers gets hurt against Arkansas, and Brett Brown is the guy going into the playoffs.
And then they're down by 2 with 3 seconds left. And at the, now I got Jackson peak anxiety.
Back to the tub, son.
And they're at the 17-yard line with a 34-yarder for Bobby TikTok Boots. And he comes out there, and all he has to do is hit a 34-yarder, and Missouri heads to South Bend, Indiana, as a 9 seed to take on the Fighting Irish on Friday, December 29th, and it's all on Boots.
Would you watch it or turn your back to the play?
Would you be in that bathtub again? Isn't that what you do in the bathtub?
I would turn my back to it, yeah.
Oh.
I would turn my back to it.
Doug, do you have it on a certain hash mark for that kick?
Get it in the middle of the field.
It would also be such BS if Mizzou had to go to Notre Dame.
Uh-oh.
I feel like I do this every year, but what claim does Notre Dame have? I just don't get it.
Now you're mad, hypothetically, that your team is in.
I just know Notre Dame's going to get in, and I think, like, if Missouri and Notre Dame have the same resume, and somehow Notre Dame gets in over Mizzou, I'll freak out.
Well, save that angst for when it really happens.
I can feel it bubbling.
No, don't even allow it. Percentage Mizzou runs the table. Papers, is this prediction area? Do we do percentages?
Percentage that they run the table? 9%.
I was going to say 10.
Yeah. Well, if it's between Mizzou and Notre Dame, they will have had 2 common opponents in A&M and Arkansas.
Yeah.
So that would be one measuring stick to determine who gets in.
Notre Dame was able to navigate the challenge in Fayetteville.
And they navigated in Chestnut Hill against Bill O'Brien's 1-7, or now 1-8.
Yeah, they
Golden
did not
Eagles.
cover. And there was a little sweat there for a while for the Fighting Irish.
Legit sweat.
They were driving, and then off went your fellow Cadet, Martin. He broke one off, and then that kind of wrapped things off.
He likes those lengthy touchdown runs. It seems like every time I look up, he's running one from 90 yards.
Here's what it's so tough because I don't know what the mindset of the Missouri players is. I realize we can always say that. If they really believe, number one, that they are still in it, and if the coaching situation is not something that impacts them in any capacity, then I have no idea, truly no idea, why Texas A&M is viewed as this. But again, I love that they are viewed as this unstoppable machine. Why? And you know, well, look what they did at LSU. That's fine, but then we have to look at what the body of work is. They nearly lost the previous week in Fayetteville, Arkansas. The same place where Mississippi State got their first conference win. They scored 16 points against Auburn.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, it's just one of these things that narratives get built, and I understand it, but there are edges in life when you realize that everybody's going this way, and you're like, oh, God, they're wrong. It's over here. But what do you have with Matt Zollers? What do you have with the team's mindset? You had Ahmad Hardy retweeting the thing about, they got to get the ball to him. You know, are they in disarray or guys checked out? I don't know. I can't imagine that they are. As far as winning all four, that's a totally different conversation because you never know with health and so on. But there is not a part of me that goes, God, Bo Prabula's out. How are they going to do it? But nationally, it's like, well, Missouri's out now that they're starting quarterback. But why? The hell was so great about that guy? He was great up until the Kansas game, but after that, he was fine. He was a middle of the road at best SEC quarterback. I think he got hurt. Matter of fact, now I have another person who has texted me who has said, he did get hurt. He wasn't right, but he also didn't have pocket presence. And some of the guys in the team are excited about having a guy who stays in the pocket. But at the same time, he's a freshman, and Texas A&M has gotten the most sacks in all of the SEC. Led by the way, a guy who is from the state of Missouri, went to Rockhurst and transferred from Bowling Green to Texas A&M. So with that all established, Texas A&M is not some machine. Texas A&M is in 2021 Georgia. They're fine. Don't get me wrong, they're fine. But Texas A&M's coming off a big win at LSU that got Brian Kelly fired. And so people get attracted to that which they just saw most recently. There is your edge. But at the same time, Missouri sending out a freshman quarterback, and they've got a coach who is right there with Lane Kiffin as being rumored to be in the mix for all these jobs, and he's not signing an extension as of right now. Now, neither is Kiffin. Didn't impact them, but they were playing against South Carolina. And that's a much different operation. They don't enjoy protecting their quarterback. And Lenora Sellers, though, enjoys holding on to the football. Mm-hmm. So it's a perfect storm. So then you take a look at it and you go, okay, what's it going to look like mentally for the team? That's the thing that I'm keeping an eye on. All right, it is TMA. You're welcome to give your thoughts. 314-399-9646. It's the Morning After 101 ESPN.
Thanksgiving, Thanksgiving just a little over 3 weeks away, and your friends at Schnucks helping make Thanksgiving more affordable. They've done this on a lot of items in the store. We're always talking about what items have been marked down. How about this fun fact? Lowest prices on turkeys at Schnucks in 15 years. They found a way to do this, lowering the price on that Thanksgiving turkey. It's the 26th, between now and the 26th. That's the day before Thanksgiving. A whole frozen turkey, just 57 cents per pound. Lowest price since 2010. 10. Schnucks trying to help you out with the holidays just around the corner. Save big on your Thanksgiving centerpiece, serving the whole family no matter how many guests that you have coming over. Get this deal now. Just have to make a $25 purchase, not including the price of the turkey. Limit 1 per customer. Prices varies by store, but of course, they'll also have savings on so many other items that you'll be serving at Thanksgiving all of the time leading up to the holiday. Be sure to check out the weekly ads. Don't miss out on any of these great savings. So for your Thanksgiving meal, think ahead. Get that turkey from Schnucks, lowest price since 2010. How about that? 57 cents per pound. This Thanksgiving, head to Schnucks for all of your feast essentials.
This is Jackson lifting your spirits, Doug.
Well, this helps. I got to say it helps. Thank you.
You bet.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, 9 o'clock hour. Martin, you said it was going to happen. You called it. The Blues have made a trade.
All right.
The Blues have acquired Callie Rosen, Doug.
Nice little defenseman. Nice little rear guard.
Former Blues player.
That's right.
He's like Brett Brown.
Capitals.
He just left and he came back.
That was in exchange for defenseman Corey Schooneman. So he goes to the Capitals. Callie Rosen back to the Blues. Rosen is going to report to Springfield. For the record, he is 31 years old. Was texting with my hockey counselor, the non-ling, and he said, "Oh wow, that's bigger than it looks. If only because I would expect Rosen will play in St. Louis, either as a 7 or 6. My assumption is they want to stabilize that bottom pair, and he is it." So. That is his observation. That certainly conveys concern with regard to what they're getting there. They're not getting a lot of minutes, and they're not getting a lot out of it either. So, Callie Rosen back to the Blues.
How will St. Louis remember the Corey Schooneman era?
Martin, I know you had
what could have been
memories.
I was going to answer with an emoji, maybe the crying Jordan. But I think what's in play, can you send Mayu down to the minors? It's kind of like the Jordan Walker thing, but you made this highly talked about trade. So is that a bad look? But maybe it's in the best interest for Mayu to go down for a little bit. And if you do that, you need somebody to play. They don't seem to be that high on Kessel. So Rosen might get some of that playing time, like Kevin is saying. I'm sorry, the non-ling.
The non-ling, thank you. I out trick-or-treating on Friday night, Doug, and ran into...
Were you knocking on doors getting candies? The kids were with you?
just by myself, and ran into a family. They had just moved into the neighborhood, and the father actually played college hockey and is from Montreal, and we started talking. He's a huge Canadiens fan. And we got onto the Bolduc Mayu trade, and he goes, "Oh, best trade ever." He goes, "Our GM is so good. He tends to swindle other teams." I go, "That's interesting because that's kind of the mindset of what people think about Armstrong." And he goes, "Greatest trade ever." So, the Bolduc Mayu trade at this moment has high marks in Quebec, not necessarily playing particularly well here, considering where things are.
He's young. There's time for that one to work out. If the guy were 28 years old, you'd go, "Oh, my God." But when he's 20, what is he, 22, 21, there is time for him to get much better.
Craig, would you say you guys should be bullying these hoes? Context.
Was that your question?
I don't remember the context. Now, Bolduc has cooled off. I don't think we have to go crazy about this, but Mayu is a young defenseman, and I think they knew they would be kind of getting him for a longer term, but you still need him to play some minutes now. I wouldn't be opposed to, if you had to, let a Rosen take some of those starts now and just get the kid some reps maybe. But it looks bad because of the trade.
And the Blues are performing so poorly. It sticks out. Everything that didn't go right is exaggerated.
Right.
Hey, Soko and Jeffco Fats. Enough with the Bolduc crap. He has 6 freaking points and is a -2. Go eat some more Big Macs. That's some lady selling his teacup, and she has had enough.
Would you describe this neighbor of yours as a Jeffco Fat?
No, I would not.
Okay.
Gentleman who played college hockey, so he hasn't put on any weight.
He's not eating a Big Mac for breakfast.
I don't believe so.
Well, if he has any tax problems, you could refer him to Mark Milton, who is the STL tax lawyer and one of the best tax experts in Missouri. Don't believe me? Well, listen to this. He's just been recognized as one of the prestigious Missouri lawyers on the media power list for top tax and estate planning attorneys in the state of Missouri. Thank you very much, Mark Milton. Congratulations to you. He's always done a fantastic job for his clients as a tax expert. If you have any kind of tax problems, maybe you didn't file, you got some bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, Mark Milton is the guy to go to. He is at stltaxlawyer.com. He helps individuals and small businesses solve any kind of tax problems you have. So if you were dealing with any sort of IRS issue at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, "Nope, I'm not guilty. I'm with Milty." Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The official protocol for the month of November with Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling's incredibly generous prize offer is going to be determined this morning. Actually, Jackson is meeting with the staff here, both sales and events and promotions, because we gotta button this contest up. Oftentimes we'll get to the email today at 10:58. We're giving away a $10,000 courtesy of Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling HVAC system, and including that installation from Design Air Heating and Cooling. So we will have that buttoned up, but we will continue to do it at 10. I'm going to make sure we do it at 10:45 today. No matter what, we're doing it at 10:45 today. Okay. So me, Doug, and Jackson will vote. Jackson, are you going to be able to handle the filtering responsibilities? Yeah. Chairman Kurt is vacationing at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons. And I guess he has to get out by Thursday because Doug's son is getting married at Jackson's parents' place in the Hamptons on Saturday.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're able to turn it over pretty quick. It's like the TD Garden and the Bruins afternoon game, Celtics night game. Not a problem.
And that's on the back veranda.
Wedding on the back veranda. Chairman, I guess, has just been meandering about the home, the property.
Just fluff the pillows and just throw some mints on there. Makes it look fresh.
Right. Yeah. Origami napkins.
Origami napkins.
Like the towels. And we do it right, you know? Some call it a little much. I call it class.
Clip that off. So send them in. I mean, get a point. Hey, you know what? 5 wins could be enough for you to have a $10,000 HVAC system. I mean, wow. You end up talking about the juice being worth the squeeze. I don't know if we've ever had a better metric. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. The Morning After at InsideSTL.com. The program's TMA 101 ESPN.
What an opportunity, chance to see the vibrant international cities of Glasgow and Edinburgh, but also the great countryside of Scotland, breathtaking scenery. If you've watched the British Open over the years, you've probably been taken by how cool that whole countryside is, and this is even better because you're going to see it in person. I'm headed to Scotland next summer. June 15th is the departure day. It's a 10-day trip. 15 different meals, part of the package that Colette puts together. They've got all the details for you. Flights, meals, hotels, cooking experience. We'll head to the whiskey distillery, a lot of storytelling, and just taking it all in. The great seafood. Amazing places like the Orkney Islands. I just keep Googling and looking at all the pictures online. It's spectacular. This trip to Scotland is coming up next summer. We're doing the planning now. Hopefully you can join us next Tuesday for a little Zoom meeting to go over all the details. That's Tuesday, November 11th at 6 o'clock. Altair Travel has all the information. Call Sherry at Altair Travel to find out more for this trip of a lifetime. 314-968-9600. 314-968-9600. All those details will be discussed at that time. It's going to be the trip of a lifetime. Can't wait to go to Scotland with you next summer.
If this doesn't lift your spirits, Doug, nothing will. I mean, you got this and the Cali Rosen trade.
Really good music.
You know what's messed up is I use my Apple Music account for the return music. So when I hit like shuffle on my Apple Music, I'll get so much dumb crap filled in there because I get My Girl Bill every like 10 plays.
We'll just put songs on shuffle, and I'm driving with my wife, and all of the ridiculous crap we've come back, especially when we were like at 1380 and 920, all the greats. Hope that doesn't come off as a humble brag. But it's still on my iTunes.
Oh, man, yeah.
And my wife will go, huh. There you go. So the show.
A lot of Ween.
This puts food on the table, woman.
Yeah.
I noticed in the neighborhood.
They make her walk home.
Thank you, Martin. I did the right thing. Friday night, we wound up having some beverages into the evening. And one of our son's friends, the guy, great guy, they were playing Halloween music around the bonfire. But then I guess his iTunes got in there, and then I Got 5 on it was blasting throughout the neighborhood.
Nice.
Doug, that's kind of the jam, don't you think?
I think it is.
Messing with that Indo weed.
Boy, you should have been the lead vocalist on that.
Thank you.
Flip that off.
Kind of a creepy song.
Tyler Kepner is not a prisoner of the moment. But he says Game 7 of the 2025 World Series was the greatest World Series game of all time.
Could be a prisoner of the moment take. It's pretty hard to argue with Bill Mazeroski hitting a walk-off home run in the bottom of the ninth in Pittsburgh to beat the heavily favored Yankee team 10-9.
Game 6, 2011.
That's another one.
Game 6, 1975. Kepner opens up his column talking about Peter Gammons, writing, quote, perhaps the most lyrical prose ever penned about a baseball game. His lead in the Boston Globe included a phrase that feels fitting in the aftermath of the breathless 2025 World Series, the wearing off of the numbness.
The wearing off of the numbness. That was it?
That's it.
How does that describe anything that happened?
It's about 11 o'clock for most people that listen to this show.
Yeah.
The numbness just sort of wears off at that point. You did have a lot of twists and turns. I mean, the fact that it was the Hall of Famer Max Scherzer is starting, Ohtani starting, and then you have the Jays clearly about to win, and then a game-tying homer, then a play at the plate, and then a game-saving catch.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, there was a lot to it.
It was a great World Series, and it was a hell of a game. I really do think, but here's the thing. I think if you go around the country, I think it depends on what region and fan base you're talking to, because if your team, and we've obviously been lucky around here to have so many experiences, even just in the 21st century alone, before you even go back to relatively recent history, 40 years ago with Ozzie Smith in Game 5 and Jack Clark in Game 6 against the Dodgers, that everybody's kind of got theirs. If we would ask the Colonel 45 minutes ago, an hour ago, he would tell you, I think that A's and Royals wild card game in Kansas City, that's considered the greatest thing ever. I think they're kind of embarrassed about 85. But everybody's got their own. In Boston, I'm sure they still would say 75, or they might pick just the comeback in general against the Yankees. So maybe Dave Roberts steal. Hell, I don't know. I just really don't know how you can compare Game 6 of the 2011 World Series. But I realize one would say, well, you're saying that because you're a Cardinal fan. Some would say 2001 Diamondbacks Yankees. That's another one.
But in the freeze game, it's almost glossed over what happened in the 10th inning when Josh Hamilton hits a 2-run home. You're like, oh, my God, all of that for nothing.
Right.
And then Lance Berkman delivers.
Super clutch.
It was 4 of 5 half innings with the world championship on the line for one franchise that had never won it, in which you had extreme emotion. And but now with that said, just to go, okay, let's dismiss the prisoner of the moment thing. I do think that this thing will be being talked about for a long time. I mean, if you're a Blue Jays fan, you'll be talking about it forever. Dodgers, it's just like, another notch on the bedpost. But that was because when you look at what started in the top of the ninth and then the Blue Jays, I tell you what, I thought off the bat, Guerrero's.
I was
you thought
just
that
about
too?
to say that.
I thought Guerrero had won it.
And I thought that would have been.
And I think Guerrero thought he had won it too.
The way he walked with it and how everyone stood up, I was like, oh, it looked the same as when, was it Bichette who hit the monster in the early part of the game? It looked like the same kind of swing. I would have gone nuts. I may or may not have had a Guerrero total base prop out there.
Oh, dog.
Pair it up with the Blue Jays money line. Just to have a little sweat.
The pitch was too far in on him to hit it out of the park.
I know. It was kind of exactly
how he did.
Yeah.
He
pumped it. He pumped it for where it was. But, yeah, I thought it was gone, too. And that would have been, you mirror that with the Joe Carter walk-off. It'd be a pretty sick franchise history right there.
Yeah.
It's hard because big moments like Kirk Gibson's home run kind of cloud like the whole game. Whereas I think this one you can point to a lot of, if you really wanted to nerd out, you'd have to go to all these games and pick out how many big, tense moments there were within the game, not just a signature swing or moment.
Pele Blanco brings up the one that was ranked as the best World Series game, and then we brought that up to Matt Holliday, and he couldn't believe it. Game 7, 2016, Cubs. And Doug, I won't say the team name they were playing.
You shouldn't, no.
Because I don't want to have to tweet out an apology. I'm more in the Gift Depot business.
Right.
But they played a team from Cleveland.
Yeah.
Currently the Guardians.
Thank you, Martin. Thank you for the delicious take.
That was the one where it rained and there was a delay. Was that the game?
You're
Cubs
talking about the Cubs and
I almost said India. Oh!
But then
Jason Hayward, big speech, save the day.
Rajay.
I always wondered about that. It took a speech for you to get up in the 7th game of the World Series.
Yeah. Ben Zobrist, and then he had a cuck pastor?
He did. The Jason Hayward thing glosses over his, 0.91 average in the playoffs that year.
You think some of the Cubs said, well, you know what? I wasn't really that motivated to win this, but since he gave this speech, I guess we'll go out and play better.
Rizzo was already booking tee times.
Game 7.
But then Hayward's
we'll try.
I think that's the media blowing stuff out of proportion in a massive way.
They're not happy in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Bobby, big wheels. Good. We can stop talking baseball now for the next 5 months. And then Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville. Oh, my God. A real baseball segment.
I'll block them both if they don't calm down. That's exactly what I'll do.
I'm eating chicken wings on the potty.
Okay, and you too.
Doug's a little feisty. I'm telling you, this wedding week Doug is a little tense, a little un-Doug-like.
Well, I'll get through it. I'm sure I will.
You got a list today? You got a little list, I bet.
I've been doing stuff for weeks. I've replaced beds and toilets and lights in the foyer. And
pulling a toilet.
Chopped down a tree and laid
Chopped down a tree, did you really?
Yes. Well, I only chopped down a little of it. We had the pros come in.
You guys going west to Oregon?
We had a river birch, which is a tree from hell. Don't ever get a river birch. Stuff falls off that tree all year long.
Like gumballs and stuff?
All kinds of leaves and pollen and sticks and branches and parts of the bark. It does something all year long. And the roots grow above the ground. It cracks your driveway. It's just a horrible, vicious, evil tree.
Wow. Ivory.
The river birch. Run away.
Hey, you dweebs. Doug, how you feel about baseball is how I feel about hockey. That's from the 217, and I guess he's talking to the Salty Bald Dad from Caseyville.
We don't do the show. Well, never mind.
Go ahead.
No, it was bad. I was about to feed the bad wolf for a second.
Feed the bad wolf. By the way, I thought of Doug the other night.
Oh, no.
This was on Saturday. We had a kid's pre-dance party or whatever. And just, Tim, this is all coming for you. And hey, can you give us a ride? So-and-so's having everybody over. You're like,
wait, did every high school in town have a dance on Saturday night?
Yes, and then they have these pre-parties that some families with. And before you say, sure, I like to knock it out on the front end.
Smart move, veteran move.
On the back end, Pops is at home in front of the TV, cocktailing.
Yes.
So I said, sure. And then I get the address. And I said, dear God, the exit was the Six Flags exit. It was out in the woods off Fox Run, whatever. It's like way deep. But we're getting back on the highway. My wife, this is 6 o'clock on Saturday. And we're getting back to the on-ramp. It's at Six Flags. It's clearly Eureka. But, Doug, there's a sign over there that says Pacific with an arrow.
Uh-oh.
And I said, holy crap, there's Doug's sign. It's not the Pacific exit, but you're right. you can get to Pacific. Remember, we had a great debate about this.
Well, I've been there several times.
I know, but I stand by it's not the Pacific exit, but now I know why you said it, because there was a giant sign with the arrow for Pacific.
And the prison's right down the street there.
Do they have a dance at Six Flags?
No, this was a kid from the U-High lived in a house down in this area, beautiful house tucked into the woods. But earlier in the day, hey, Dad, can you drive? Sure. And what? It's like an hour and a half round trip. So be careful. Although the front end, Tim, get that knocked out, then you're home.
That's good. I got to tell you, that's a good tip.
And
right
that
there.
kid's got to drive into the city every day for school. When my son was at the U-High, he had friends that lived in like Lake St. Louis and all the way out there. That's a haul to get into.
It's a long drive.
Traffic and everything.
It looks like the salty bald dad now wants to fight the 217, so I don't know if we're going to book that match. Hey, 217, you can look me up. I'm the king of the trailer park in Caseyville. That's the salty bald dad from Caseyville.
King of the trailer park. What do you have to do to be the king? Just be there a long time?
Kind of tough
be the
around.
biggest guy?
Yeah. It's like the HOA president.
Knock someone else's trailer off the wheels?
Screw the poor man's sports. What's it going to take for you dolts to talk about this weekend's polo match at St. Louis? That's from Mr. Licks. Doug, did you go to the polo match at St. Louis
Just
Country
for
Club?
a couple of chuckers. And then I left. I didn't have the time.
Papers, an earlier text said they wanted you to throw Sweet Sweet Tie to the side and have Learn do every... They said great pod, Movie Boy.
Thank you.
Movie Boy with Learn was a great pod?
That's great to hear.
Big Tuft said best pod yet.
Wow, how about that?
That's great. Yeah, she was outstanding. She always brings the heat. No, it was fun.
And what did you discuss?
Horror movies.
Horror movies.
Yeah, Halloween themed.
Okay.
Yeah, it went well. And she's great. So that's great to hear. Thanks, Big Tuft.
Was there a consensus on the best one?
We each shared our favorites. Well, to decide the best, I think, is too tough. But sharing our favorites is always fun.
Okay. And you don't want to tell us because you want us to go listen to the podcast.
Yeah, he's gotten better at teasing.
I would say you can still listen. My favorite's The Shining. The Shining's my favorite horror movie.
Did she say, how are the movies? Are they great?
Yeah. More or less.
Did The Omen count as a horror movie?
For sure.
That was really good.
The Omen's great. Didn't make my list, but I love The Omen.
I don't know what this means. Hey, salty bald dad, go to Caddyshack tonight. Betsy is bartending. First beer on me. That's Beer Cats.
Where is Caddyshack?
And who's Betsy?
I don't know.
I like that name, though.
Was that the Sarah Jessica Parker character in Honeymoon in Vegas with Jimmy Caan, who may or may not be Gary Kornfeld? Am I right on that, Martin?
James Caan is Gary Kornfeld.
Oh, yeah. In the movie? In the movie about
Jackson.
Tim's life, when they have to have the awkward scene where he's cut, somebody's got to play Gary Kornfeld, and it clearly would be Jimmy Caan.
Oh, yeah. That'll work. Yep. May he rest in peace.
I feel like Coach Kornfeld is still driving around wearing those bike shorts. Not cyclist, but like the bike brand. Because he's like from Central Casting for a coach.
How about this? Fun little fact. 1992's Honeymoon in Vegas features Bruno Mars. Bruno Mars is in that movie.
How old was he?
Oh, playing as one of the little Elvises.
Little Elvis, yep.
How about that?
Yep.
And that, of course, was Greg Jeffrey's name. Was that the 93 season?
I think so. Something like that.
He would have been 7 years old.
He was the Cardinal All-Star that year.
First baseman.
If you want a little peek into the 2026 season.
Wow, look at that. Bruno Mars and Anne Bancroft. Sign me up.
Mrs. Robinson?
Yeah.
Mrs. Robinson was in Honeymoon in Vegas?
Yes.
Married to Mel Brooks?
Yes.
Yeah. Boy, it's got a little bit of everybody.
Yeah, well, maybe you should do a movie boy on that.
Now,
Yeah,
Greg
maybe.
Jeffries had 2 G's in his name, which I thought was excessive.
And you have a problem with people who spell Jeff with a G, too. So you got some things out there.
Well, why would you need that second G in Greg?
Poor Pat Morita's character's name was Mahi Mahi. Doesn't seem right.
That seems offensive.
I would think so. That's a Academy Award nominee.
Yeah, great job on the podcast, Jackson. Now, how do I remove it from my TMA feed again? That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
That didn't seem like it was in good faith. So, I'm going to do ignore it.
Look at that. You're feeding the good wolf.
Feeding the good wolf.
You can email in to Feed the Good Wolf for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Starting tomorrow, we will have a protocol for the ages on this prize that truly is generational. We have never given away a 5-figure prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month, but somebody's going to get one. I think November 28th is our last show in the month of November, so I guess we have about 23 shows in November. I think that'd probably be
that sounds about right.
Maybe it's 18. Hell, I don't know. But either way, every day in the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, there's a winner. That winner gets a point for the email of the month standings. And Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling is giving away a $10,000 HVAC system, which Design Air Heating and Cooling will install. It's Design Air online at designairservice.com. Doug, do you know anything about Design Air Heating and Cooling? I think you do.
And before I get into that, I'd just like to put a little bow around all the Greg Jeffries chatter.
Yeah.
In 1993, he had 342 for the Cardinals. 342.
Now, if you had 242, you could make $40 million a year.
Yeah.
And a lot of people are mad at Doug because he said, hey, dumbass, every Greg has 2 G's in it. But you meant on the end, on the back end, okay?
Yeah. If I was such
Martin,
a
don't feed
dumbass,
the bad wolf.
I wouldn't know to call Design Air whenever I have a furnace problem. But I do. I've called them. I had them out there several times. And Seth Goldcamp and his crew have done just a fabulous job, and they've been doing that since 1904. They can handle anything you want to throw at them. They've seen it all. Big company now. They're all over town. If you've got an immediate problem with your furnace, you don't want to wait a week and a half for them to get out there. They'll get out there toot sweet because they've got a large crew. I don't know who you might get, Larry the Silver Fox or the Dashing Steve, the lovely Brian, or the bold and daring Adam. They can all handle their way around a furnace and an HVAC system. The company, as I said, 4th generation, been around since 1904 and the longest running sponsor on TMA. We do appreciate that. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the cold or the heat, they have got your back with dependable service and no pressure solutions. Visit designairservice.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904.
There it is. Sponsor of the email today. Send yours in the morning after at InsideSTL.com and get that first point in the month. And maybe you will walk away with a brand new HVAC system from Design Air Heating and Cooling online at designairservice.com. It's TMA, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
TMA is brought to you by St. Louis-based Stifel, a leading wealth management and investment banking firm. Stifel is the firm where success meets success and has been since 1890. Founded in downtown St. Louis way back in 1890. Same street the company is headquartered on today. Proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years. Stifel partners with the Cardinals and the Blues and now the Stifel Charity Classic, and they also sponsor Stifel Theater. Stifel is honored to support our city, our people, and their future with financial advisors in 12 offices across the region. Stifel helps clients right here in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stifel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank, basically, when it comes to finance, Stifel has you covered. As one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas & Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. St. Louis Billikens get their season underway this evening as they take on SEMO. That's going to be a 7 p.m. tip-off available on ESPN+. That was another Sports Center update, driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Welcome back. It is the Morning After 101 ESPN, 10 o'clock hour here on the program, 10:13 to be exact. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers, an officially licensed Rolex jeweler. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, James Carlton with us here on the program. Jackson Burkett is on the ones and twos. Martin heading to onboarding, which is approximately about a 2-year process. And he is in the midst of year 2, which is always the tougher one. You know, they talk about how tough first grade is.
They weed you out.
And then they weed people out after the second year of onboarding. We'll talk it over with James coming up. We're doing a quick segment here to make sure we hit that design, air, heating, and cooling email the day early. This is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Got it. Well, I had to explain this to my kids. Pull them aside one-on-one. And, when this was blasting throughout the neighborhood, my 3-year-old said, "But, Father, what is endo weed?" So I explained.
How do you explain that?
I don't know. I did my best, just like any parent would.
Yeah.
That's TMA 101 ESPN. James Carlton's in studio. Doug, do you see him on your right? He's
I saw him sitting
He's
over
the
there.
gentleman in the red.
Yes, hello, James.
Well, good morning. We have one more week to dream. One more. Has anybody asked you, are you watching the game on your phone during the ceremony? Are you going to be up there?
No, I won't. The game should almost be over.
Not a true son, huh?
No.
Father, the groom, watching the game while his son's getting married.
Well, it starts at 2:30, so it should be over by 6.
Yeah, I'd say that's a good
That's
over-under.
about when the wedding starts, so...
What if it's overtime? You going to postpone it?
I'll have to miss the
2-point
overtime.
conversion thing.
I'll just miss the overtime.
I bet Greg Vaughn would say, "Let's wait until overtime's over."
He was concerned it might be a night game for sure. And then he thought a number of his groomsmen would call in sick. Got past that, so I guess they're okay.
Well, good luck to you this weekend.
Yeah,
good luck
Godspeed.
This is why I like the Tigers this weekend. They've been preparing for Marcel Reed since last year. So Drinkwitz has all that tape that he prepared for, and then they had Connor Wegman roll out last year and didn't know what to do.
Weigman's on my crap list right now.
No.
I might have put a little action on Houston against West Virginia.
Uh-oh. Well, it sounds like you might be getting into a dark place.
No, I just I like to spread it out.
That's what all the great ones do.
And Houston got waxed at home by West Virginia.
Yes,
Pitiful West Virginia.
West Virginia got
score.
Pittsburgh, too, and now
I don't get it.
Pittsburgh is the hope for those wanting to see Notre Dame out of the college
Pittsburgh
football
was our
playoff.
hope, if I'm not mistaken, back in 2007.
That is correct.
Yes,
against
we
West
love those
Virginia.
Panthers.
That's right. Beware the Panther. James, you are probably headed to Lauderdale this Saturday.
Oh, you better believe it. This is my last
You taking the
hurrah.
family?
No. They don't go to big SEC games.
So you're horrified that I took my 3-year-old to the Alabama game.
Tip of the cap because he hung in there. My
he's worn a
family would
Missouri
not.
jersey every day since.
No, there'd be no way they'd make it all 4 quarters without 18 bathroom breaks or asking for ice cream, and I can't do that. I mean, this is why I get up every morning for these type of games, Doug. I mean, this is what it's all about. I can't be going to the bathroom.
Nice.
Except to see Jackson at halftime. That's about it.
Oh, you guys meet at the trough?
We did for the was it the Bama game or the South Carolina game?
We just nodded.
Who peaked first?
I had finished the job by the time I saw James.
He times it better than I do.
Yeah, so I said, "Please, sir, take my spot at the trough."
Oh,
nice. I like that.
Hey, the weather looks good. I mean, this should be a good atmosphere. If Drinkwitz came out and signed an extension, the place would be bonkers. Every fan would be put to rest. I don't like our chances. I think he's gone.
Wow!
Yes.
This is not James Carlton's brand.
Hey, I mean, the writing's on the wall right now. I think his silence is deafening.
Where do you think he's headed?
Florida or Auburn would be my top 2.
Or Auburn. Wow.
Yeah.
Not LSU?
I don't know. That is such a clown show right now. I don't know. I mean, that they might have to get a guy like the Tulane guy, for instance, that would have to take a big step up.
Is that John Summerall?
Yeah. Remember we had the little guessing game last week on Summerall. Yeah.
Right, yeah.
He was the odds-on favorite at the time. So, no, I don't like the vibes right now of his. I mean, you see these extensions with SMU, with Indiana. Why not right now? Because I bet he can walk to the board of curators and ask to be the highest-paid coach in all of college football, and they'd probably give it to him. So it's not a money play. Something's up.
Well, I think he's just sitting on it through the bye week and then giving him a bunch of momentum. And then this place is up for snatch grabs on Saturday at 2:30. And the pony show that will take place in Columbia, Missouri. Oh, my. I'm just grateful that I have a hotel room because, Doug, it is going to be Sappho season in November.
Are you heading down?
Got the hotel room for Friday and Saturday night.
Ritz?
Yeah, the Ritz-Carlton.
We'll see you at the bar.
Yes. Yes. And in the morning, I eat biscuits at the buffet. I eat biscuits.
She's pretty friendly. Yeah, the gal helping out there.
Yeah, she is. Right now that you mention it, didn't think we'd talk about her, but you're correct. You are correct about
I'm
that.
excited. Hey, listen, I know one of my comrades outside said, hey, they can lose a close
comrade Jackson.
They can lose a close game and beat Oklahoma and still have a chance at 9-2 9-3. I do not share that sentiment. This is a winner go home type game, and I think Marcel Reed has been much better than I expected. What's behind him? I don't know what their situation is behind him, but
is that Darnell Coles?
He runs a lot, and Mizzou knows you run your quarterback, you can get banged up.
Brett Brown is the backup for them as well.
Yeah, he's the e-bug.
E-bug. He's the Daddy Padre of college football.
More ways
Up until this week, I had no idea that name. So shame on me for not going into the 5 deep a little better.
We're wondering if Bobby Boots still has the job, or if that tweet last week. What's the gentleman's name, Jackson? Who tweeted out last Sunday night that
Northwest Oklahoma State Tech.
The guy who tweeted, we talked about him.
Yes.
We talked about an hour and a half ago.
The kicker, he from the Mizzou practice facility was put on.
Ryder Goodwin?
Yes.
He's got the name down now. That's a true son.
Yeah, you are a true son.
I am.
If Ryder Goodwin will be the kicker, I'm telling you, Gabe thinks tomorrow's going to be a loose Toughness Tuesday press conference. I need to get on the horn with the Colonel and say, hey, you got to prepare. He knows what's coming, and so he will be on the offensive. There's going to be some poor 19 or 20-year-old walking in there and going to go, I'm going to make my Gabe's like, I'm not asking about other jobs. Trust me. So it's like when I was down there and Keon Dooling was crying at the end of the bench, and I watched all the TV stations, all the established guys ask about the question. Nobody asked about the obvious question. Norm Stewart. Why was Keon crying on the bench? It was the story. And I'm like, well, if you guys aren't going to ask, then I'm going to ask. And Norm Stewart just stared back at me. It was a radio interview, and he goes, he wasn't crying. I'm like, oh, I wasn't prepared for that. How do I respond to Norm Stewart? And Doug, a little wee snuck out right into, right there on the Hearn Center floor. There was a little droplet. Oh, okay, Coach. I guess he wasn't crying then. Good luck. Good luck against the Sooners.
That's what you said with the at the end. But at least it was a droplet. It wasn't a flood or anything. That would really be bad form if you just lost control of your bowels because of the response you got from the coach.
Somebody is going into that press conference tomorrow, and whoever it is, I'm telling you, I'm going to get on the phone with him. I'm going to tell him the Norm Stewart story. And I'm still going to tell him to get out of the industry. Don't get me wrong. But I'm going to tell him. I'm going to say, hey, it's going to be okay. But somebody is going to do what Gabe or Cody Goodwin will not do tomorrow and ask Eli Drinkwitz 5 days from the defining game for the Missouri season about his name being up for LSU, Auburn, Penn State, and Florida. And he's ready. And he's got the bully pulpit. And it's going to be a tough day. Plus, you got the Ryder Goodwin thing. Plus, you got a true freshman starting. And you're playing the number 3, who I think could be number 2 tomorrow night in the college football playoff, by the way. But I have no idea how they're going to base their rankings. Team in the country coming to town with the whole season on the line. And as the Colonel wrote, the most impactful game of Eli Drinkwitz's tenure. Here you go. So Godspeed to whoever asks the question.
I put a small wager that Martin would ask it. He's going down for the 2 Fox this weekend, so if they have a tough loss.
I'm talking about tomorrow.
I know, on Toughness Tuesday.
It's on Toughness Tuesday.
What about Wacky Wednesday or Throwover Thursday?
Wednesday is one of them.
It's Wednesday. I can't remember.
It is a W thing.
Really dumb. Friday is Fast Friday,
of course.
And Thursday is like, I don't know, clearing the deck or something.
Warson Woods Wacko says James drinks wine coolers at the hotel bar. Is that correct?
I don't know if I've ever had a wine cooler in my life. If I'm being honest.
They're not bad.
Is it just like fortified wine in a bottle? Small little.
Well, it's been a while since I had one, but
the wedding this weekend. I'm sure that bar is going to
Let's knock back some tomorrow to start the show. A couple 7 a.m. wine coolers.
Knock them back.
Is that Bartles and James?
Yeah, the SEC podcast does, they drink beers during their production. Maybe you guys on the next QFTA can just crack a few.
I'm open to that if you
just
are,
get
Jackson.
a little loose.
I drink sometimes during Movie Boy.
Really?
Sure.
What?
Would you learn to have a scotch?
I don't hammer, scotch, but for one battle after another, I had a few small beers.
I don't think you're supposed to have alcohol in a broadcast facility.
I think podcasts are safe.
A, it was at my home. B, it's a podcast.
If it was your home, that's different.
You just got A'd and B'd. How you feel?
I know
You got
didn't have
A'd and
put
B'd
it
to
in an
high
outline
heaven.
form. I'm capable of understanding 2 points without the A and B designation.
A little "we" just came out. I noticed.
Think about how many Hall of Fame broadcasters have admitted to drinking, during their time. Granted, probably a different time.
It was a different time. Harry Carey, very transparent. James, always appreciate the time. Lot L is where it goes down, Doug. If you want to go down there for pregame tailgating and come back into town for the wedding.
Can't.
That would be hilarious. If I saw you, I'd be concerned. 8-2 next week. We'll be celebrating.
There it is. James Carlton online at carltoninsurance.net or call 314-961-4800. The program's called TMA. It airs on 101 ESPN. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. And, Doug, we've got some news. Robert Thomas back tonight for the St. Louis Blues against Connor McDavid and the Oil. Jeremy Rutherford tweeting, and he's citing Lou Korak with the first report. Thomas on the ice this morning. He also skated in Sunday's optional skate, and his morning skate lines. Doug, your top line, 89, 18, 21.
Bushi, Tomer, and Snuggie.
How do you do?
Mm-hmm.
How do you do?
Well, I'm fine. That sounds like a good line to me. Worth a couple goals tonight.
Tonight's the night.
I feel like it is. When you don't expect it, when they're up against a really good team, that's when it'll happen.
I mean, Jackson, what do you do tonight? Missouri and Howard is on TV. The Billikens and SEMO and the Blues going up against the two-time defending Western Conference champion Edmonton Oilers. I mean, Multiview? Is YouTube TV taken care of with Disney? Are we still sideways? What do we got going on?
Still sideways. Wouldn't be able to access it on there if I wanted to, and neither are the Blues. So that's a no-go on the YouTube TV. Because of that, I think I'm just going to be relegated to only watching Missouri, which I know is tough, but that's what I'll be doing.
Wow.
This hurts.
Whoa.
Maybe you need a new man cave where you could watch all these games together. You would call Collier and Thompson because they can do that. They built some beautiful man caves all over town. Of course, they specialize in redoing your kitchen or your bathroom, and they do a fantastic job with that. Really, some impressive work. Go to their website at collierandthompson.com. Look at some of their before and after pictures. You don't recognize the place. These people are so good, and they've been doing it for a long time. Been in business since the 1950s. Hard to know who you can trust to be in your home and who's going to be there to back up their work. Collier and Thompson stands behind every job that they do, and during the process, they're always going to be available for you. You want to make some last-minute changes, or they did some work and you don't like how that turned out, they'll get right back out there and make it right. They also have a great painting department now. A lot of people think they can paint themselves. You go to the struggle of it, the hassle, and then it doesn't come out looking very good. Have the pros at Collier and Thompson do the painting for you. They do great work there. And you don't have to redo your entire kitchen if you're looking to remodel a little bit. They sell appliances. You can buy those individually. Great appliances, high-end stuff, and also something to work with your budget. Collier and Thompson, give them a shout if you're looking to get your house spruced up. They're on Manchester and Baldwin next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Come home to quality online at collierandthompson.com.
There it is. Collier and Thompson, sponsor of the phone lines. For the record, the Blues are only plus 120 tonight. How about that? Edmonton minus 140 Blues, plus 120 for tonight's festivities. But Robert Thomas making his return, and here we go. Here we go. Now we go.
Okay.
Now we go.
We weren't going before.
Blues are still going to lose. Watch anything else. Thanks, Jesse Spanos.
I don't like that sentiment.
Doug, we are about to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. And I want to make this clear, Kristen, that Seth Goldcamp of Design Air Heating and Cooling has generously donated the greatest email of the month prize in the history of them all. It might be actually the only one in the history of it. But at the very least, this is one where stamps are no factor because you'd need a lot of them for this $10,000 value for the winner of the November email of the month. Start competing now. The morning after at InsideSTL.com because he's giving away a brand new HVAC system with installation from Design Air Heating and Cooling. And all you got to do is probably win like 5 or 6 Design Air Heating and Cooling emails of the day this month, and you've got Seth and his team coming over to put that in your home. How glorious is that? Think about that. How glorious is it?
I guess it's by far the greatest prize we've ever given out here.
Yeah, well, it is what we're giving away, and it's coming up the morning after at InsideSTL.com. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. Send yours in for the greatest prize that we have ever given away for the Design Air. A 5-figure prize. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. We're going to have plenty of time to do the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. So send yours in, and we are going to have the competition get underway. You can always podcast. We had Chris Kerber and Gabe DeArmond on the program and all of our various responses to a classic Game 7 in the World Series. You can podcast via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. It's SCHAEFER Door. schaeferdoor.com. Call or text 636-782-3608. They set that number up specifically for TMA listeners to get the quickest response time. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs. They have Monday morning standby service for those doors that break over the weekend, and they service commercial doors as well. It's Schaefer Door Company with multiple multifamily members working there, and they know the industries. The service techs are not commission-based. They're there to take care of your problem and move on. Go to schaeferdoor.com. That's SCHAEFER door.com, or call or text 636-782-3608. That's Jason Gosrow and Schaefer Door Company. Schaefer Door is a CHI overhead door dealer. The Design Air Heating and Cooling email today is coming up. Get ready, brother. Somebody's going to win a very important point on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day next, here on 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action this evening, taking on Edmonton. That's going to be a 7:30 puck drop. Pregame starts at 6:30 right here on your home of the Blues, 101 ESPN. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Doug, it just keeps getting better.
It really does.
101 ESPN executive producer Mike Ryder just let us know that we have what you described as an embarrassment of riches.
That's what it feels like.
Embarrassment of riches. Not only will we have this Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the month prize. And Jackson, we got a lot of emails, and you did some filtering today,
I sure
brother.
did. Yep.
You said you read the longest email in the history of the show.
One of them was a book.
And that didn't make the cut, did it?
Nah, scrapped.
But on Wednesday and Thursday, in addition to the Email of the Month prize being a $10,000 HVAC system from Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling, that Design Air, of course, will install, 101 ESPN and TMA giving away tickets to the newly announced AC/DC show coming up on September 8th. Of 2026, just announced this morning, Doug. So tickets to AC/DC on Wednesday and Thursday for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day winner. And then you've got Seth's prize for whoever wins the email of the month. And that's an embarrassment of...
an embarrassment of riches.
I mean, Jackson, this is what it's all about.
On the line here.
So we will have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up in a matter of moments. Missouri, get ready. FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook, is coming soon, less than a month away. Starting December 1st, new customers in Missouri can get up to $300 in bonus bets when you make your first $5 bet. From touchdowns to home runs to three-pointers with FanDuel, any play can be the play of the game. Plus, with live betting, you can even get in on the action after the game has already started, all on an app that's safe, secure, and super easy to use. FanDuel is the best way to game day, and it's coming soon to Missouri. Just visit FanDuel.com/Missouri to learn more. This way, you'll be able to set to bet when FanDuel goes live in Missouri on December 1st. That's FanDuel.com/Missouri. Play your game with FanDuel, the #1 rated sports book app. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. The offer starts on December 1st. Excludes customers who redeem pre-launch sign-up offer. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit fanduel.com/RG. Doug, are you ready?
I don't know that I am. There's so much excitement. Let me brace myself. Okay, now I'm ready.
It's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, day 1, November 2025.
High pressure.
Don't worry. Not back regularly to take away a furnace job from someone else, as fortunately my new house won't be in need, and my current home was already perfectly serviced by Design Air, similar to the effort TMA groupies put on Doug. Really, I just wanted to give you guys props for offering up a real prize that even requires a meeting to swope-proof any potential holes on or technicalities in the damn thing that could lead to fingers in Pale's chest. I just remember the days of winning Mizzou football tickets for a game that had already occurred, back when the coach was still doing Star Wars cosplay for Dan Mullen's funeral, or you idiots having to publicize a putting green being all-inclusive for a money-grab golf tournament where you boy whores were also auctioned off like livestock. Seriously, you've made it. Take a moment to celebrate. Whether that celebration is your 1099 contractor avoiding cartels and federales in Mexico, Tim locking himself in a basement and calculating an algorithm for 2027 kicking recruits, Doug eating bland chicken breast with broccoli and calling it good in preparation for being inducted into Del Mar Gardens, Martin enjoying a good burger during conversations to really hammer home that impression of former managers and mentors he admires, or Jackson slamming cranberry vodkas alone at Tin Roof after Marcel Reed runs wild. Way to go, boys. Side note, I went to SLU High, so I'm taking quotes for professional movers. Toodles, that's from Los Ween.
Carlos Spicy Wiener.
Good morning, Doug. Allow me to share a construction tip. If you don't want dust going everywhere while drilling and don't want to use water on an air filtration system, put shaving cream on the drill bit and a little on the side of the hole. No dust, quieter and faster than a dry core, and you're left with clean smell of shaving cream. Have a great day. That's Greg with 3 G's.
Greg with 3 G's.
That one got in on name alone.
I like construction tips.
Morning, boys. Long-time watcher, first-time bull. But hey, we'll all go a little further for a new furnace unit for my single wide. Beats using the big girl from the local rat trap watering hole to stay warm. She's expensive to feed, and my food stamps don't cover her favorite Casey's Jalapeno Popper Pizza. Speaking of my single wide, the Blues goalies have more holes in them than the back door where cousin Riffle has been shooting rats in the kitchen. And I, unfortunately, just like my baby mama, they're full of false hope and lies. Maybe they'll make a trade like I did for her sister. Well, gotta cut this off or I won't have enough minutes left on my card to get the Casey's pizza ordered. Sincerely, your favorite dirtbag, Yammy Griggs.
Yammy Griggs. He's new.
Hey, boys. I was so ready to talk Mizzou and how Drink, Como, Zollers, and the points against the Sweat Aggies are the best thing in the world, and how this is the biggest game Mizzou has ever played, again, since Bama. But no, we get great takes on baseball, like you actually cared about a genuinely great World Series with 7 or more Hall of Fame players going blow for blow. And then the coup de grace, pillow soft hockey takes. This is the best show in St. Louis, period. I love when Tim directs the show like a handsome sea captain with his movable first mate. That plus with his movie bay first mate. I apologize. Movie bay first mate. That plus the River Birch wedding list. Terrible G-name banter sent me over the edge. Be good, boys. XOXOXO. I got more than 5 on it, Doug. That's the Salty Bald Dad.
Salty Bald Dad.
Well, fellas, I feel like I got caught up in the excitement of trying to compete with Swope, and I flew too close to the sun, like the mythology of Caesar Turrus. My TMA Raven poem was so long and disqualifying, I took it out on trick-or-treaters on Friday. They each got a handful of Funyuns from the bag that I was actively eating. Bad wolfing. Doug wants his emails like his sports clips last night. 15 seconds of John Jay getting a hit in 2012. It is art, curmudgeon-y Doug, but I am still a winner. Tim reading my poem perfectly is now my ringtone, replacing Jackson's Bengals dilemma.
Okay.
That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of stamps, desperately searching for enough stamps to mail a design air furnace.
Shooter McGavin.
Morn. So Movie Boy swore today that he hadn't seen the Sophie Cunningham and Sydney Sweeney photo. Yeah, sure, and I haven't accidentally wandered into a Restoration Hardware just to feel something. He probably spent the weekend moderating a fake Sundance panel titled Sweeney, the auteur within, complete with lanyard, step and repeat, and a Q&A where he's both the moderator and the audience.
Sounds good. Sign me up.
I mean, my God, the man is one espresso martini away from starting a letterbox list titled Frame by Frame, Sweeney's nude scenes and why they are essential to the plot.
A little wordy.
Hey, Jackie boy, it's a photo, not a Criterion release. Thanks, that's from Mr. Licks.
Mr. Licks.
I pulled up at the Hazelwood Blimpies.
The Hazelwood what?
Blimpies.
Blimpies, okay.
I was early for our 7:30 reservation, but he was already there. He was never early. I knew this meant he had something. I slid into the booth and stared into his eyes through his aviator shades. After taking a slow sip of coffee, he leaned in and whispered, Luke Northweather, under 8.5 minutes. I raised my eyebrow and sensing my suspicion, he stated, sources, fringe sources. He then pushed a black suitcase across the table and left without saying another word. He didn't even take a bite of his Hoboken hero. I pulled off the pepperoncini and nibbled at it, gazing at the green and yellow menu board in silence. Until next time, that's the TMA Troubadour, purveyor of vaguely damp Hey Dude since 2017.
TMA Troubadour. With a rather bizarre email.
I liked it.
Let me just preface this by saying we didn't play our best against Duke, but in no way does that take away from the fact that we got screwed. Horrible call. Horrible people made that call. My grandpappy fought the Nazis, but apparently they didn't get them all because one of them suckers found their way onto the field and threw on one of them cute zebra striped shirts and proceeded to make the worst decision the world has ever seen. Worse than the time I got my nipples pierced in a Costa Rican back alley by a well-heeled capuchin monkey named Din Din. Did I make a friend for life and leave my wife for a small primate? You betcha. Did my left nipple balloon to the size of a softball, permanently stretching it and leaving my breast looking like a deflated pink skin sack? Absolutely. Sorry, the question got away from me, but I don't slap on khakis taped down my nipple flap and run down that stupid hill in a stadium 50 times a day to have the boys' hearts ripped out every Saturday by the worst people in the world. Love you, Din Din. Be home soon. That's from Dabo, also known as Funny Uncle Carl's double-sided flashlight. He's back, Doug.
Told you a legend was sitting there.
Funny Uncle Carl, double-sided flashlight.
Flashlight. Difference.
Okay.
So it took a sponsor putting up a $10,000 prize on the table to get you clowns to clean up your act on this Shishawala email competition. I won my first month back in November 2022, having ratcheted my game up to win an autographed copy of Maitland Ward's autobiography.
Ooh, hot ticket.
The book never arrived, but I've been chasing that dopamine hit ever since. On Friday, with the standings tied, I thought surely y'all would budget plenty of time for emails. Nope, not even close. Instead of managing the clock, Norman Bale decided to burn 8 minutes running ISO plays, hyping his basketball beefs with other hawks in the building. While demanding respect be put on his name. He referred to the 1993 Suns as the Dan Marley era and was confused by the longevity of defensive specialist Gary Payton's career. Defensive specialist? Bruh. The glove made all NBA 9 times and is one of only 6 point guards in the NBA's 20,000 point club. Put some respect on Gary Payton's name.
No, I'm with KD on this one.
Regarding Libby Jack getting peak triggered by Thursday's email, Libby, I assure you it's nothing personal. It's just that rattling TMA producers makes for better radio than waxing their car. Granted, you dig your own grave when you speak before your brain has had a chance to process the answer. Take the advice of Talty's buddy Joseph Goodman and think it through. You remember he asks SEC coaches asinine questions in a shtick that's reminiscent of a TMA spring training tradition where a dainty producer would ask asinine questions while running alongside major league players who often pretend not to speak English. That's from Buck Swope, DBA, the recessed lady's breast.
Buck Swope.
And finally, Lutheran North, and I make $35 an hour.
Ooh, that's good.
Gentlemen, I have an issue that I've needed to address since the genesis of this program. Every Monday, Doug gets his Sadie Hawkins and decides what we are forced to listen to for the next 4 hours. And every morning he sits there, rubs his nipples, and never has an answer. Doug is the eye candy of this program behind Tim and Jackson, of course. And it's high time that he recognizes that. Just sit back and enjoy, Doug, you toe-twiddling princess, and interject with your well-timed moans and grunts that get the engines going for all the curious men that listen every day. Thanks. That's from Low Voice Drew, and that's who we have.
Low Voiced Drew.
For the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, day 1 of the November 2025 contest that someday will be a 5-part Swopes Picks.
Well, it's good to see that we got so many of them. People are
plenty were left on the cutting room floor.
A lot. Legends sat there too.
Legends too?
But they don't have to be real long. You don't have to write really long emails.
Yeah, honestly, the shorter the better.
Right. Actually, I kind of like the leadoff hitter, Carlos Spicy Wiener.
I'm in lockstep with Doug. I like Los Wien.
Carlos Spicy Wiener has got the first point, and he made it clear he doesn't even want to win the damn thing.
Oh, he might just backdoor himself into it.
Carlos Spicy Wiener wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, and he's got a point early on in this competition. And if he gets a $10,000 Design Air Heating and Cooling HVAC system, he might want to talk it over with Mark Hanna of Evergreen Wealth Strategies. Mark Hanna is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call him at 314-889-0503. Everyone needs a financial advisor. Make sure you're working with a first-class individual as well, and that's where Mark Hanna comes into play. I can't say enough good things about him. I've talked with Mark about things well beyond financial advice. The man is a life counselor. He is online at evergreen-ws.com, or you can call 314-889-0503. That's Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategy, sponsor the 9 o'clock hour here on TMA, and Jeremy Rutherford's two-part questions every Wednesday. Time for us to shut it down. BK and Ferrario are up next. For Jackson Burkett, for the vacationing Chairman Kurt, for Martin Kilcoyne, for my brother Kevin, for Douglas Elvin Vaughn, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA, presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.